students, our staff, our community who observe Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah to everyone. To those of you who are and will be celebrating Christmas, please, the next week or so, Merry Christmas to everyone. And to all of you, obviously, a very early Happy New Year. Thank you for being here with us this evening. Let me begin by sort of just pointing out a few things on our agenda. The Sunshine Law, this meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. And we had served adequate notice of the meeting in the Asbury Park Press and the Star Ledger. The meeting is also being videotaped, as all Board of Education meetings are being videotaped, and they can be viewed on our website. And we will have 2 sessions for public comment today. So if you haven't had an opportunity to speak during the first session, you can do it during the second session. And there was a sign-up sheet earlier, but if you didn't have a chance to sign up, we'll obviously give you a chance to speak after those who signed up had a chance to do that. And then finally, because we are on school property and our policies are very strict, no smoking or vaping on school grounds. That includes both inside and outside. And I would like to sort of welcome the Asher students to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please all rise.
Roll call.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to go to roll call. I know. Mr. Caravello, would you please now call roll?
Sure. Mrs. Palomo?
Here.
Mrs. Carrero?
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Here.
Mr. Hyatt?
Here.
Mr. Olansky?
Here.
Mrs. Mendez?
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Here.
Mrs. Seward?
Here.
And Mr. Cohen?
Here. Thank you. Mr. Ballone, we have our first item up on the agenda, which is staff kindness certificates.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As you may recall, each month we recognize staff members for their kindness and just going above and beyond throughout the month in between each board meeting. Seems like we continue to grow this, so it's been a great success. So thank you to the Board of Ed for this idea and for supporting this. We have several staff members to recognize this evening. Those who are in the same location, I'll ask you to come up together, and then I'll recognize just a little brief excerpt on what the communication was, or what the job that you did to go above and beyond, so everyone can understand and get a little better picture of our staff. So first is from Marlboro Middle School. We have Erin Coursey, who is the boys soccer coach. Erin, can you please come up here? Let's give her a big hand. And Jennifer Hickey from Marlboro Middle School, 8th grade science. So Erin will let you stand here awkwardly while Mrs. Hickey wasn't able to be here, but we are still recognizing her. So Mrs. Hickey, we will get you your certificate. Let me just tell you a little bit about Mrs. Coursey. The Marlboro Middle School 6th and 7th grade boys soccer team's experience was enhanced that much more by having Erin Coursey as their coach. This season would not have been half as special, even with a championship win, had it not been for her. Coach Coursey found ways every single day to keep this group of boys motivated, committed, and excited to show up every day for practice. Even with hours of travel and club soccer practice ahead of them each night, her team is where these boys thrived this season. She was able to immediately create an environment full of mutual respect that they all wanted to be a part of and fostered a strong sense of school and team pride. Our boys and MMS are so lucky to have Coach Coursey, and this came in from a parent. So great job, Mrs. Coursey, and thank you for this. Even though Mrs. Hickey is not here, I'll just give you a brief overview. This came in from a parent, and this is an email that Mrs. Hickey actually sent to the parent. So they're not always bad things when teachers send emails. I wanted to share that your son does such a wonderful job in science class. He participates daily and shows interest and desire to learn. I am so proud of him and his efforts in science class so far this year. He is also such a respectful person. He has great character. Sincerely, Mrs. Hickey. And the parent just said, that was just such a nice email. Sometimes parents cringe when the teacher sends an email, right? But this was a good one, and she wanted her recognized. So let's give Mrs. Hickey a big hand as well. Okay, from our Buildings and Grounds Department, Theodore Hall. Is he here? Okay. Okay, we'll make sure we get his certificate to him. Theodore Hall at Buildings and Grounds has outdone himself again this year. If I recall correctly, he received this award last year as well. So 2 years in a row. His dedication and attention to detail and preparation of the athletic fields at Memorial is second to none. We wouldn't be able to tell that tonight, though, with the snow cover. Every single visiting team and official has commented that we have the nicest fields they have ever played on. A few have even noted that they would rather play at Memorial than on a turf field. Mr. Hall has truly made an impact on our student athletes and coaches, and this came in from our athletic director, Mr. Osborne. So thank you, Mr. Osborne, for recognizing Theodore Hall. Okay, we have several staff members from Robertsville, so I'll ask you to come up and stand up here, and then we'll read your brief overview. Mrs. Stafflinger, please give her a hand. Members of the Child Study Team, Brianna Renna, Karen Tessler, Courtney Kless, and Ellie McMahon. Lauren Newman from grade 1. Kindergarten teachers, Kelly Montemurano, Maureen Murray, Shira Schaefer, Danielle Donato, ABA K1 teacher. Okay, let's start with Mrs. Stafflinger. Over 3 decades, Mrs. Stafflinger has embodied our pillars of characterization through tireless dedication to Marlboro families. Her gentle, subtle nature helps students feel safe, supported, and positioned for success. As our PTO liaison, she strengthens the connections between school and community and consistently brings positivity and care to staff and families alike. Her impact is truly immeasurable. Thank you, Mr. Giarratano, for recognizing Mrs. Stafflinger. So our CST members, we have Brianna Renna, Karen Tessler, Courtney Kless, Ellie McMahon. Our dedicated CST, consisting of Brianna, Courtney, Karen, and Ellie, work tirelessly to ensure an equitable education for our students in our special ed programs. From running down the halls to support students, spearheading programs and community connections with the Marlboro Rec, local therapy dog organizations, and even ShopRite, our dedicated CST team ensures students and parents are supported in and out of the classroom. Thank you so much for your tireless efforts. Mr. Giarratano, again, recognizing their efforts. Mrs. Newman, grade 1 teacher. Mrs. Newman volunteered to fill a first grade section this school year. After many successful years in second grade, Mrs. Newman poured her energy into planning and supporting students new to our school. She teaches with love, empathy, and engagement while learning new programs and methods to support her students. Mr. Giarratano, again, thank you for recognizing Mrs. Newman. Our kindergarten teachers. When we found out Robertsville was getting kindergarten sections, the building was abuzz. Mrs. Schaefer, Mrs. Montemurano, Mrs. Murray gave their time, energy, and passion to not only adjust to a new school as they were transferred, sorry, Mr. Perno, from the Early Learning Center, but welcome students and parents with open arms from kindergarten orientation to today. We are forever grateful for their work with students who have a multitude of different needs, as well as how they contribute to the positive culture of our building. Mr. Giarratano recognizes our kindergarten teachers. Mrs. Donato has dedicated her work to providing both academic and social growth opportunities for students in her classroom. Recently, she worked with Mrs. Murray to spearhead our Roadrunners Refreshers program that allows students in our ABA program to evaluate menus, stock a cart after taking staff orders, and serve staff members coffee, snacks, and refreshments on Friday mornings. I'll have to come this Friday. The interactions not only make our students' day, but our staff as well. She makes Robertsville proud with her attention to detail and love of her professional work. Mr. Giarratano, thank you for recognizing Danielle. Another big hand for Asher. Thank you. I'm sorry, Robertsville. Asher's next. Now, Asher Holmes. Is Bob Bachonsky out there? There he is. Come on up, Bob. It is with great pride and enthusiasm that we nominate King Bob for the District Kindness Award. In a role that is often physically demanding and performed behind the scenes, Bob leads with visible compassion and an infectious energy. He does not simply take care of the building, he takes care of all of the people inside it. The most telling measure of Bob's character is his rapport with students. He knows them by name. Can we test you? And offers a reassuring smile when they are having a tough morning. Bob is the definition of a kindness ambassador. He makes Asher a welcoming place, not because it's in his contract, but because it is in his nature. We can think of no one more deserving than this recognition than King Bob. And this is from the entire Asher Holmes staff. Thank you. Okay, Dugan Elementary School. Principal, Mr. Pagliaro, please come up. And Jody Kane, kindergarten teacher, are you out there? Okay. Mrs. Kane couldn't make it, so Mr. Pagliaro, we'll start with you. This came in from a parent. I wanted to express my sincere gratitude for our principal, Mr. Pagliaro. I truly appreciate the level of dedication and presence he brings to our school. I constantly see him engaging with students, supporting staff, and making parents feel welcome. He goes above and beyond to ensure Dugan is a warm, inclusive, and positive environment for all of our families. Thank you, Mr. Pagliaro. And although she's not here, Mrs. Kane and Dugan are the perfect place for our child. This came in from a parent. As a parent and former teacher, I hold very high standards and expectations when it comes to our son's education and the people entrusted with his education. Mrs. Kane has not only met those expectations, she has exceeded every single one of them. From day one, she has created challenging and engaging work that truly pushes our son to grow. Her approach is thoughtful and always is what's best for him as a learner. She consistently makes us feel heard, respected, and included in our child's progress. Mrs. Kane goes above and beyond in ways that deserve recognition, and we want to ensure that her hard work, dedication, and impact do not go unnoticed. She is truly exceptional, and we feel incredibly fortunate that our child has her for kindergarten. Congratulations, Mrs. Kane. Moving on to Defino Elementary School, Caroline Tashin. Come on up, Caroline. This is also from a parent. I knew last year when my son had Caroline Tashin that she was incredibly special. What I didn't know then was the lasting impact she would leave on him, which is warm, nurturing, and at the same time gifted in the craft of educating and inspiring. My son had her in first grade. He's now in second grade. He's constantly looking for an excuse to stop in and say hello. However, it was at the Monster Mash where I witnessed a moment of greatness. I had bumped into a mom that I knew whose son was in the MD classroom. We were talking, and she was telling me how it breaks her heart to come to these events because her son just stands there, and sure enough, there he was in the middle of the dance floor by himself. I asked her if she knew my son, and she said, probably not. I called him over and I asked, do you know this boy? And he said, yeah, that's insert name. He immediately asked the boy to dance with him without any prompting from me, and they danced for 20 minutes. Later in the car, I asked my son how he knew that boy, and he whispered, even though we were the only ones in the car, he's from a special education classroom, and sometimes he would come to my classroom last year. He said Miss Tashin said we would always be kind and play with someone if it looks like they're alone. And Mom, that boy, he's very nice. My heart just melted. Marlboro is so lucky to have such a young and inclusive teacher who goes above and beyond and instills lessons of kindness and acceptance into her students. Clearly, she makes an impact. I certainly know that when my son looks back on his elementary school days, he will always remember you, Miss Tashin. Okay, we have two individuals from the district office. One of them I don't believe was able to make it, Mrs. Tricia Tindorf. Let's give her a hand anyway. And I'm not sure the other one is here as well. Devin Peterson, give her a hand, but she is not here as well. So the first one comes from our Assistant Superintendent, Morgan Gross, and she is recognizing Tricia Tindorf. I would like to nominate Tricia Tindorf in recognition of her tireless work, coordinating all of the details that made Community Unity an extraordinary event with more than 600 attendees. Planning an event of this scale requires tremendous effort, and Tricia went above and beyond to ensure every detail came together seamlessly to create a truly powerful and memorable experience for all. We are fortunate to benefit from her talents and expertise. Congratulations, Mrs. Tindorf. And finally, from our accounting department, this comes from our Assistant Business Administrator, Mrs. Jelinski. During this year's health benefits open enrollment, Devin Peterson went above and beyond with the employees to assist them. She fielded many phone calls and met with staff to help explain their costs and the plans, which can be very complicating. Devin and the assistant BA went down to the transportation department to sit in the driver's room and assist our drivers directly. Devin offered to personally assist each driver and attendant complete their paperwork online. She really helped a lot of employees this year and help them understand their costs and their options, especially with our increasing healthcare costs. Congratulations, Devin, and thank you, Chris Jelinski, for nominating her. And that's it for me.
Thank you. And to all those who were recognized this month, thank you for going above and beyond and setting the bar so high and showing kindness to others and setting it so high to our students for where they should be achieving. So thank you again and congratulations to all of you.
This is a new printout, so we're going to start with that.
Okay, so we are up to student impact.
Okay, our student impact and recognition, our first school up will be Asher Holmes Elementary School. Mrs. Silmy, I know Mrs. Kalanovic, you're also out there. Do you want to come up and just introduce your ambassador program?
Okay. Thank you so much for having us tonight. You are soon going to be regaled by some of our most talented fifth graders at Asher Holmes. Not only are they talented, but they are the epitome of what Colts are. They act as our role models. They act as our ambassadors when we do social emotional learning lessons. And to be honest with you, they are just one of the greatest group of kids that we've had the pleasure of working with. Before I turn it over to them, there are a few people that I think it's important to thank. First is our assistant principal, Ms. Lauren Kalanovich, along with our student counselor, our school counselor, Mrs. Carol Kaleo. They work very closely with the ambassadors to prepare them not only for presentations like this, but for monthly lessons that they lead our entire school in. You will learn more about those during the presentation. I'd also like to give a shout out to our fifth grade teachers, two of whom are here tonight, Mrs. Carr and Mrs. McGinnis. Not only are they extraordinary teachers, but they are the biggest cheerleaders for our kids. They are amazing, and they help us to get this group together to promote the program and make sure that it's going strong. So without further ado, let's turn it over. Oh, and one more group. Last but definitely not least, all of our Asher parents. Absolutely. Not only are you the absolute best, but you give us your treasures every day, and you trust us to help them grow. And we are so happy that we are able to be a team with you to watch them grow throughout their time at Asher and to give them opportunities like this. So thank you so much for all that you do at home in order to make things like this possible in school. Thank you so much. All right, ambassadors, take it away.
Student Ambassador Program was created in 2012 and has
Hi, my name is Mashika, and I wanted to be a student ambassador because I wanted to set good examples for younger students. I also want to encourage them to be student ambassadors when they're in 5th grade.
Hi everyone, my name is Jordan, and I want to be a student ambassador because I want to be able to teach kids about each month and get to help out in fun things like the food drive.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline. I'm a student ambassador at Asher Holmes. I wanted to be a student ambassador so I can show other kids how to be kind and responsible.
Hi, my name is Charlotte. I'm one of Asher's student ambassadors. I want to be an Asher student ambassador because I love helping younger kids and teaching them how to be respectful Asher Colts.
Hi, my name is Brianna, and I'm a student ambassador at Asher Holmes. Being a student ambassador is one of the most important things to me. I wanted to be a student ambassador because I am a leader and I wanted to show the younger kids how to be kind, show respect, and be optimistic.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lila, and I'm one of the student ambassadors at Asher Holmes. One of the reasons I wanted to be a student ambassador is because I love to meet new people and show them the new presentation every month. Also, when I was younger, I loved seeing the student ambassadors come into our classroom and talk.
Hi, my name is Layla, and I wanted to be a student ambassador because I thought it would be so fun to go to younger kids' classes and be a role model to them and seeing them be happy.
Hi, my name is Emerson, and I wanted to become a student ambassador because I wanted to set good examples for students in lower grades. I also wanted to encourage younger students to want to become student ambassadors when they're in 5th grade.
Hello, my name is Chase, and I wanted to be a student ambassador because I wanted to set a better role model for students in the school.
Good evening. My name is Jax. The reason I chose to be a student ambassador is because I would like to set a better role model and be helpful towards the school.
Hi, my name is Nor. I wanted to be a student ambassador because I wanted to present to other classes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abigail Oren. I wanted to be a student ambassador because I wanted to be able to help kids learn about all of the pillars and teach kids to be respectful. Thank you.
Every 5th grader is given a form if you want to be a student ambassador. You would fill it out and submit it to the teacher. Once the vice principal, principal, and counselor read through them, they would choose the ones that they think are the best. Those who are chosen will be student ambassadors for the rest of the year.
The Student Ambassador Program began in 2012 with the school counselor asking graduates and opening it up to rising 5th graders to assist with summer orientation. In 2014, the program officially began the Student Ambassador Program. An application was added. The program also became an added feature to the school climate safety team's initiatives. A few years later, in 2019, Asher's Student Ambassador Program was highlighted for the first time. Today, the program continues to thrive with the help from the Grade 5 team, staff, parents, and administration.
Monthly pillar lessons. My favorite monthly pillar lesson was the October month of respect kindness chain, because when all the kindness chains from every school went to the middle school, it made a giant chain on the ceiling.
My favorite lesson is respect is golden because everyone got to make a kindness chain. Also, it showed that respect is very important, and every time anyone showed kindness, they got a golden ticket. Every time you earn it, your name goes in a raffle for prizes.
For the month of November, we had a food drive donating to Fulfill New Jersey. All students had a chance to bring in canned goods. Kindergarten through 5th grade raced to see who can bring in the most food. By donating to Fulfill New Jersey, we helped provide food to families for the holidays.
Our pillar for November was citizenship. Every month we have activities to go with the pillar. November's activity was thank you notes. For the thank you notes, we had every student write a letter to either a police officer, a firefighter, the VFW, or the EMT about how much they do for us. Then once everybody had the chance to write a thank you note, we delivered them to the workers so they all get a chance to be thanked.
For October, our district's initiative was to do a kindness chain, where every student in Asher wrote an act of kindness they would do or did, and we linked them together, making one big chain, which eventually we connected with all other schools, and we made one long chain, which had so many acts of kindness. Thomas.
Responsibility. Responsibility is when you take care of someone or something. As Asher Colts, we show responsibility by following school rules and expectations, showing we are paying attention and cleaning up after ourselves. Student ambassadors always show responsibility by being good role models and always being prepared for our meetings and presentations. Being responsible is one of Asher Colt's best traits.
Unity Day was a day that some of the community could come to see the middle schools and elementary schools play instruments or sing songs from the choir. During the break, we had our own table with boards that had pictures of us presenting to other classes and showing what we do as student ambassadors. Right over there has all the boards that we did at Unity Day. This event was hosted at Marlboro Middle School, including teachers, adults, and kids.
It was so awesome to have an experience that we can show other kids what it's like to be student ambassadors and how exciting it is. During our positivity project, we talked about how to stay positive and the difference between a grump and an optimist. You should think of positivity as a superpower. Although we all have good and bad days, I believe that we should all be hopeful during tough times.
Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoyed learning about the Student Ambassador Program at Asher Homes. Thank you.
Student ambassadors, you make us proud every day, and today is no different. I just need the board to know they did all of that by themselves. We set up meetings for them. They have their own Google Classroom. They wrote every single thing that they said, edited each other, critiqued each other, and we just gave them the ability to be able to get together during their lunch and recess and practice. But everything that they did tonight was all them. And that is super impressive for fifth grade students. And that is why they are here representing Asher. So thank you so much, student ambassadors. You are amazing. Can you guys come in the middle? Ladies and gents, come in the middle so we can get it. Be careful of the wire. Yep. We're going to get a good picture of you. Mrs. Zorn is our photographer, class historian. Thank you. You guys can sit down. And Board of Education, this is the example of why we do what we do. This warms my heart. I almost start to cry because this is why we get into education. This is why we stay in education and what makes us proud to be here. So thank you for this opportunity. We're giving each of our ambassadors a certificate of recognition so that they have something for the night. And I also wanted to end just by letting you know, we were here last month and our PTA president, Mrs. Oren, she gave us an update about everything that the PTA had been doing. I gave her the opportunity to be able to speak again. I don't know why she didn't want to, but there's always things going on, lots of updates that we send out to our parents and to our administration. But I just wanted to let you know that we spoke last month. Asher's been here a couple months in a row. We're going to take a break in January. But thank you once again to Mrs. Oren, our entire PTA, for all that they do. And, of course, how we'll hit the ground running when we come back in 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asher. Next up is the David C. Abbott Early Learning Center. Mr. Perno, would you like to come up and explain the DOT activity? And I know we have our wonderful art teacher here who's going to, I don't know if you're going to speak, but you certainly are able to.
Our art teacher here has some mildly excited students for you. So at Abbott, we really strive hard to promote things like creativity, curiosity in our students. We really want them to think about the world, think outside the box, and just be creative. So we have a special activity tonight. Our art teacher wanted to show you how she fosters that creativity with a book, with a story called The Dot, and how she translates that into an art project with the students.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Mrs. Bullock, and I'm the art teacher at the David C. Abbott Early Learning Center. And tonight with me, I have some of our kindergarten artists.
Shiv, Katie, Zoe, Sanvi, Alex, Lily.
And we're excited to share the story The Dot by Peter H. Reynolds. It's a book about growth mindset, self-confidence, and the power of a single encouraging gesture. So while I share a bit about the story, we would love for you to check out our amazing dots that we made in art class using watercolors. Notice how they're all different and all unique, just like us. So the story is about a little girl in art class who doesn't think she can draw. She doesn't think she's a good artist. So her art teacher tells her to
Just make a mark and see where it takes you.
So she slams her marker on her paper, making one tiny little dot. Her art teacher tells her to sign it. The next day in art class, when the little girl walks in, she sees her dot that she signed framed in swirly gold. And she looks at it and thinks, I can make a better dot than that. So she begins to make little dots, big dots, colorful dots, all kinds of dots. And by the end of the story, she has a whole art show of dots. People admire her artwork, and she begins to feel very proud. And at the art show, a little boy comes up to her and says, I wish I was a good artist like you. And she encourages him and says, show me. So he draws a swiggle on his paper, and then she tells him to sign it. So just like the teacher helped her, she helped someone else believe in themselves. So we would like to share some of the positive messages that we have learned from the Dot story.
Always try your best. Turn your mistakes into a masterpiece. Be proud what you make. Never give up. Practice helps you grow. Encourage your friends.
So that's the message of the Dot. Creativity starts with just one small mark, and you can grow from there. We hope this story helps you to remember to try new things, believe in yourself, and encourage others. We encourage you all to try and make a dot at home. And remember,
Make a mark and see where it takes you.
Yeah.
thank you. And friends, do you want to turn and show your dots to everyone who's here tonight? Wow. And thank you, parents, for coming out and bringing our artists tonight. We had a lot of fun and we're very excited. Thank you.
Thank you, boys and girls. Great job.
So what do you want to do?
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
They're missing moms and dads. And Mrs. Bullock, thank you for coming out, for making this happen, and for putting this together. Thank you. So, did you want... Is that on your list?
Sure, if you have an update, that would be great.
So I know we were supposed to update you about PTO goings-on at the building. Our PTO president couldn't be here tonight, so just fill you in on a couple of things. PTO is super active. They do a lot in the building. I always liken them to sort of like the icing on the cake. They add a little sweet and just make the day fun for the kids and just make it special. So a couple of things going on. Back in November, they helped put together a yearbook cover vote for the kids. So the day after the election, we had school. They came in and voted on their yearbook cover. They chose an Oh, the Places You'll Go theme for this year. This past week, they hosted a school store, I couldn't get the word out, so kids can come and do some holiday shopping for moms and dads and for family. And then the arrival of winter is a big thing in our building. We talk about the solstice, we talk about the changing seasons, and all the things that come with that, from the weather changing, what we're wearing is changing, the holidays and celebrations and customs that are celebrated this time of year. So to kick that off, tomorrow we have like a winter fest at the building, and so they're going to take over the commons, and the PTO is setting up all kinds of winter-themed activities for the kids. And then, of course, no better way to kick off vacation than with some parties. They're helping plan some parties over the course of the next few days as we slide right into winter break. So, yeah, so that's our PTO. So, thank you for having us. Thank you for having us, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, and To our ambassadors from Asher, you guys were just absolutely amazing, and you exemplify what an ambassador should be, and I have absolutely no doubt why you were selected. And to our Abbott kindergartners, wow, creativity and truly inspirational. I love the messages. They started early. So congratulations and Happy New Year. Before we go to our next item, which is the public comments, I'm going to make a motion that we take a 10-minute recess to give our families an opportunity to sort of take some pictures, and then we'll reconvene. So can I have a second? Ms. Carrero, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you, everyone. Those presentations are the best part of these nights. I love them. Mr. Caravello, will you do a roll call, please?
Mrs. Belomo,
Here.
Mrs. Carrero,
Here.
Mrs. Gandhi,
Here.
Mr. Hyatt,
Here.
Mr. Olansky,
Here.
Mrs. Mendez,
Here.
Dr. Miskowitz, Mrs. Siewert,
Here.
and Mr. Cohen.
Here. Next item up on our agenda is public comments. Mr. Caravello, do you have a list?
Yes.
Thank you.
First up, Brian Scarpa.
So good evening. My name is Brian Scarpa, and I'm proud to serve on the Colts Neck Board of Education. But more importantly, I'm a husband, a father, a son, an uncle, and a friend. While I'm here to express my own personal views, and not that of my board, it is because of that seat that I hold in high regard that I stand here today on my own time. I need to look no further than your own very own mission statement to highlight 2 points that I'm going to make. 1, we have to adhere to a code of ethics, further stating, and that the board members will make decisions based on the educational welfare of children. 2, we take great pride in the most satisfying part of our job, having a lasting impact on the education of the children in our community and hoping every child reaches his or her full potential. Further stated, research has shown that the decisions that Board of Eds make can positively impact student achievement. I would agree. Good, well thought out decisions of any board will leave a lasting impression on the educational welfare of the students for which you serve. But what about the bad decisions? What about the missed opportunities? One needs to look no further than the absolute debacle that has played out these past few months with this board. Across all pages of local, national, and social media channels alike. Congratulations, you made the headlines. Marlboro Mayhem is an example of one of the more recent ones. Are you proud of the attention you've garnished? Is that your best example of serving as an elected official representing the constituents and taxpayers of your town? Is this the example you want to set for students? Do you really want your own children to be like you, to behave like you? Ms. Gandhi and Mr. Hyatt, what are you still doing here? No one person is above the seat in which they are elected to serve. Publicly outed, you were either directly or indirectly involved in an inflammatory message about one of your own board members, which happened months ago. I see an opportunity loss sitting right in front of me. You should have taken the professional stand and abdicated your seats to fellow citizens more deserving of it. Marlboro deserves better. The students deserve better. What are you holding on to? Pride? That's long gone. 2 potential candidates and a third that were part of the inflammatory dialogue have already resigned as potential board candidates. Why didn't you both follow suit? Contrary to what you might say or think, you are not the voice of a better tomorrow. I know from my own personal experience with the board, there is a certain level of decorum and professionalism that is demanded by the role. You crossed that line months ago, yet you continue to sit in a seat that can better be served by the residents with more integrity. Just the other morning, I read a post that caught my eye. Spending the morning with people who decide to change the things they cannot accept. Now that's spoken by a true leader, someone who deserves respect, kindness, and gratitude for a job well done. Danielle Belomo, the better minds of today stand beside you. Don't give up. On a final note, think about the small change that you can make for a better tomorrow. Your role calls on you to be a leader and encourage students to be even better. No journey follows the map exactly. Principles matter most in unfamiliar terrain. The punches will come, but how we take them determines everything. Now,
Mr.
doing this
Scarpa,
I'm sorry, Mr.
you
Scarpa,
just have
3
to-
minutes
you
are
have
up.
to-
I'm going to, one more
Please.
minute, I promise you. Set a new standard of excellence and allow the better minds of this opportunity to serve in this board. On a postscript, I now suspect you're not going to say anything, and that's okay. But let your silence be a testament to your own misgivings. And I quote, "This unfortunately is how many school board meetings are conducted these days. Board members listen to residents, but do not engage. How does this serve the public? It doesn't."
Thank you. Mr. Caravella?
Sure. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name. John Radin?
Thank you, Board and residents of Marlboro. My name's John Radin, and kind of following up on the last comments, but nonetheless, I'm kind of going to go back
I'm
on...
sorry, are you from Marlboro? Just state where you're from.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm from Marlboro.
Thank you.
I live at 9 Jack Lane. I have a lot of background in entertainment, and I really enjoy movies, so I'm just going to put this under the category of the good, the bad, and the ugly. And to start out for the good, I'm going to put that on myself. I do that because right now I recently retired, and what I am is a substitute teacher in the Monmouth County area, and specifically the Marlboro district. And I did this retiring, not that I need the money, anything else. I wanted to do this for the children. I like to think that I'm well educated. I think my perception of events is very good. And rather than sitting around, I thought I could help by coming and teaching children. And I really enjoy, first of all, the elementary schools. But nonetheless, you know, I have a good background in doing this. My profession was technology, but as I said, I think I'm well educated, and I really enjoy being around the children. Now to jump into the the bad is I was substitute teaching in this school the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and it was a half day. And I apologize, there's some children in the audience here, but it's going to get a little bad here. I'm glad a lot of the others left. But nonetheless, when I was teaching that day, it was a half day, and the kids were kind of excited to get out and whatever. But nonetheless, what happened was, all of a sudden, one child just bolted out of the room. And I didn't know what was going on. I couldn't chase after him because I had the other children in the class, and because I'm a substitute teacher, I can't leave the class. So what I did was just talk around and ask what was going on, and I found out that one of the children had made an anti-Semitic comment. And I'm going to make that comment here right now. The comment was, "I hate Jews." And I know that for a fact it was mentioned because I asked other children if they heard it. They did. And when the boy came back in the room that darted out, he was followed by one of the student counselors in this building. And immediately she pointed to the child that made the comment, and she said, "This is the second time this week you've made this comment." So, okay, it was a half day, things ended up, the following Monday I was, hopefully you'll give me a little time here, but nonetheless, I was at the school again, and I saw the vice principal. I spoke to the vice principal about the event, being that I was overseeing that class, and I wanted to know if things were being taken care of. More so, likewise, I am also Jewish. So I spoke to the vice president. He was very pleasant. We had the conversation on that Monday. What ended up happening, now I'll go to the bad side. On the following Monday, I get a call from the company I work for, ESS, which oversees all the substitute teachers for the district. And very quickly, they said that I am no longer permitted to work at this location, at this Memorial Middle School. And what was said was that I made derogatory comments, and I'm going to make those comments known. They said that I said that Marlboro Memorial Middle School is a bunch of morons, and more so that the kids are retards. And I really take objection to this because that's not me, and I take this as retaliation. So now I am not allowed to work in this school. This coming week, the next 3 days, I'm working at Asher, I'm working at DeFino, and I'm working at the other middle school. Where it got ultimately ugly was on the day that I was called, I apologize, is it Mr. Baloney? Mr. Balone, I called your office and I spoke to your administrative person and I spoke to her about what the issues were and I asked her to have you contact me. It is now, week and a half later, you never returned the phone call and you're just whitewashing this. Is this the board that you folks support anti-Semitism? I really, after what's going on in the nation and what just happened on Australia and other places, for you to allow this and whitewash. I understand the boy that made the comment was a middle schooler, and middle school children at that age sometimes say wacky stuff, but all I did was, being that I was in the room, I asked to find out what was happening, and I don't want to know what's going on with it, whether there's punishment or anything else. I just felt that I should know what's going on as I was the teacher in that room. This is disappointing.
Okay, Mr. Radin, time's up.
So if you want to cut me off now, I apologize, but I just want to say hello to Amanda. I'm taking this matter farther. If you want to speak to me and have a conversation about this, I'm more than happy to. But right now, I'm disappointed, and as far as I'm concerned, I do not know you people. Like they say, I think you people need to resign. That, or you need to ask Mr. Balone to resign. I called his office and he never returned, out of courtesy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Wait, I'm sorry. No. Not next speaker.
No, I'm sorry.
I have a question about the comment, and I don't want to wait till the end, and I'm sorry.
No,
I have to say something.
I'm sorry. We have to wait to the end.
Why?
We have speakers, and that's the way it is. And I'm sorry that you don't agree. But our Robert's Rules of Order follows the meetings. We go by speakers, and then we close comments. And if you'd like to make
What
something...
if, though, I have a question for him? Then you close the comments.
You can ask afterwards. Thank you. Next speaker.
Has anybody else signed up to speak? Because I cannot read some of these names that are on here, so if anybody did sign up on the paper, then it was by accident. Okay.
Morganville, New Jersey. I don't even know what to say. Honestly, I was somewhat expecting the first comment. I was somewhat expecting the first comment because you guys haven't acted on anything that's happened with Ms. Palomo so far. To hear that you didn't call the substitute teacher back, right? Why? Is it because he's an ESS employee? You're trying to say it was like is that what you're going to say? There's no excuse for that. Like, what are you doing? Unfortunately, I got to suck it up and say, I was part of the board that hired you. That was a horrible mistake. You should have never been hired. You don't belong in that seat. You're not a leader. You're not a leader. I'm sorry, you're not. You truly need to resign. You truly need to resign. All of you need to look at this man and tell him that you have no confidence in him to do this job, because the community doesn't have confidence in you. I hired you, and I don't have confidence in you. It's a shame.
Esteemed members of the board, my name is Robert Scales. I'm a member of the Colts Neck Board of Education. I'm the chairman of policy for the district. I'm also on the ad hoc affordable housing committee. My comments today are solely my own and protected by the First Amendment, and they do not reflected the views of the board as a whole. Obviously, from a transparency perspective, I think I learned a lot. I was going to ask, one of my main questions was why my email that I wrote to the board asking for Ms. Gandhi's resignation wasn't responded to, and it wasn't listed. And now I know, apparently, you guys don't list the communications, which I think is it's neither here nor there. What I'm asking for today is just acknowledgement for the safety of Ms. Palomo. I didn't want to have to drive here in 20 degrees weather, but unfortunately, our towns border each other. And I'm here to, I want to double down on the comments that I had made to ask Ms. Gandhi to resign by the next business meeting, which is today. I didn't get a response. The resignation wasn't tendered. So therefore, I will help the residents in Marlboro start the recall process. And we're going to start with the county clerk, and we're going to start that process. I'm not going to tolerate any of the safety concerns. They're bleeding over into Colts Neck. Colts Neck is obviously a very prestigious town. We run our board with extreme integrity and transparency, and the actions of this board are no longer going to be tolerated. I come to you as a member of the Monmouth County community, and obviously hold in high regard, as Mr. Scarpa had mentioned as well, the seat that I was elected to, and I would expect all of you to do the same as well. Obviously, we were in the news last week. We had a busy week. You saw Ms. McMahon had come over to our school. She asked about this. She heard it. The Secretary of State, the Secretary of Education for our federal government had asked about it as well. So what I would ask is to learn from the students that had presented to you today. There's a lot that can be learned. Unity, integrity, respect. We haven't seen that from this board. Not everyone, but I would expect more decorum from you, and I'm asking you to please, for the integrity of the positions that we all hold so dearly and that we were elected to, you have a duty, and sometimes, unfortunately, the members of families will act out of turn, but you must be held responsible and must have accountability for those actions, and sometimes you have to go down with the ship. So again, I'm asking for the resignation of Ms. Gandhi tonight, and again, if we don't receive that tonight, then we will start the recall process. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Ashley McCormack, 16 Riley Road, Morganville. Policy 0167 was revised in February 23. And Ms. Mendez, you are correct. You are to speak after every commenter asks for a question, and then the community member has a minute to respond. Just wanted to give you guys the heads up that you're incorrect by telling her she can't speak. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Bonnie Gabazon, Marlboro. I would just like to take a minute to acknowledge two outstanding board members and thank them for their service. Tonight is your last board meeting, and I'm very happy for you. I'm not going to lie, because I have seen you guys, since you're on this side, fighting for all the right reasons for our kids, doing it with integrity, and just the highest example of a board member, informed, knowledgeable, involved, transparent. I mean, you guys were amazing, and anyone who's been paying attention knows that. It is very sad to me that you're leaving this board in such a state that I haven't seen. I've been coming to board meetings for 10 years, and I've seen many boards elected and come and go, and board presidents. Mike, you can attest to that. There are people on this board that, just the bottom of the barrel of what I've seen in 10 years. That's all I'm going to say on that. But I would like to, again, thank Annette and thank Val. And I know you guys are going to go on and do good things and be very happy. And God bless.
Anyone else want to speak? Yes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Angelique Volpe. I am the president of the Colts Neck Township Education. My first comment is being presented from me as a parent and a fellow citizen. I just want to thank Annette and Valentina for their 3 years of service to this board. I grew as a board member myself. I learned so much from the both of you. Excuse me, can I reclaim my time because I'm addressing Valentina and she's being distracted at the moment?
Yeah, we can hold
Thank
it.
you, I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to be rude, I'm sure that's important,
No,
but I don't want her to miss my comment.
That's okay.
Thank you.
They reset it for you.
Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate that. Anyway, so I grew as a board member myself by following your lead. The state of New Jersey owes a lot to both of you for leading the charge against the 5756 initiative. That was a very trying time for us parents, and the two of you will always be remembered for your courageous movement regarding that. My second comment is as board president, I had invited Secretary McMahon to our district, and we were so thrilled to have her accept the invitation. And I just want to thank some of the Marlboro community who reached out to us via private messenger in support of having the secretary visit our district. It was such a defining moment for our district. I'm very, very proud. I just want to wish Mrs. Bellomo well. I know it has not been easy for you serving on this board, and I know as the ladies leave, this board is basically going to be left with a septic tank of vitriol, unprofessionalism, and just downright gutter trash, what I've seen the past couple of weeks, just complete gutter trash. And I hope for the students of this district that you guys can move forward in a positive way, start respecting each other. Whoever was elected here needs to work for the community and stop putting all of your time and effort into trashing other board members. We don't do that in Colts Neck. I would never stand for that. So I wish you all well, the parting board members. I wish you, Danielle, good luck, and I wish the rest of you board members to just reset yourselves and start acting with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Seeing no one else, motion to close public comments. Ms. Carrero, second. I'll give everyone a chance to speak right after I close public comments. Can I have a second? Thank you. Val. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Public comments are closed. I'll now open the floor to our board members who would like to raise some comments. Ms. Mendez, I see your hand.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Ms. Gabazon, thank you for your kind words. I appreciate you saying that. Ms. Volpe, thank you. We appreciate that too. We did put a lot of effort and heart and passion into that, and so it was very meaningful, and that will be memorable for my 3 years. To the gentleman that you did speak, I just want to say for myself, I don't know of the story that you said when you asked if the board was ignoring anti-Semitism. I just want to say that I was not aware of the scenario, so please don't think I'm ignoring something that important. That's all I can say on that piece. I don't know anything about the story. I just want to tell you I did not know that that had occurred. That's all. Thank you.
Anyone else want to comment?
I would like to
Ms.
speak.
Bellomo.
I just want to reiterate what Val said. I had no idea about the situation at hand. If I did, obviously, this would be a different conversation. Additionally, and Mr. Cohen, if you'd rather me wait for old business, that's okay as well, because this is kind of a follow-up, but also a question to you. It seems that both with the issues surrounding board civility as well as student civility, as well as some additional issues, not answering emails has become the new norm if it's a topic that you do not want to address, although that's how it seems. I know there's been, just for the record, over 300 emails sent to you regarding the situation and asking for action on your part, all of which have not been responded to. As a leader and the leader of this board, I don't think that acting outside of the board as a whole is in the job description, and I want to ask, whose choice is it that all of these emails, like I said, 300 plus, for the issues regarding myself, as well as apparently some student issues and then additional issues, just go unanswered because they're not something that possibly you want to address.
Thank you for your comment. Anything else? Anyone else? Any other one? Okay, we'll move along with our business. Thank you. We are up to announcements. Mr. Balone.
It seems like we
Yes,
just
I
rule
do.
under your dictatorship. Is that how this is going to work now? Like we just...
Are you going to interrupt the meeting?
No, I'm just going to ask you a question politely and respectfully, as I just did. I am a member of a board.
No, there is no point of order,
I'm a
sir.
member of this Board of Education, as is everybody else here, yet we have 300 plus emails sent to us as a board. I don't know how many more you have as a president. It hasn't been transparent, discussed, or even sent to us. So we're just asking politely and respectfully, what is the reasoning behind not answering 300 plus concerned community members, not only apparently about civility regarding board members, but also about civility regarding other members of this community? That's my question. I believe that it is my right as a board member to have it answered. If you want to just blow past it, I guess that speaks to your dictatorship instead of leadership, and that's where we'll leave it.
I am not required to respond to your question as a board member, all right? And I certainly am not responsible for responding to your comments about insults regarding dictatorship versus leadership. So with that, as I was saying, we'll move on. Thank you. So we're moving on. Thank you.
So we're just cut off. That's it. This is how
Thank
we run
you.
the
We're
board.
moving
You
on.
don't answer.
We're moving on.
Okay.
Announcements.
I have two announcements. I am pleased to report that our Community Unity event on November 13th was a wild success with over 600 people in attendance. The only larger event in this school district is 8th grade graduation. The event reflected...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to ask the police officer, there is a policy. If you're disruptive, anybody that's disruptive in the board meeting needs to be removed. Thank you.
The event reflected the best of Marlboro students, staff, families, and community partners coming together to uphold the theme of celebrating both kindness in our community while also honoring and recognizing the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. This year's program showcased the outstanding talents and voices of our students, and the energy in the room, if you were there, was positive, engaging, and representative of the strong relationships we continue to build within our school community. Thank you all board members who did attend. You can probably attest that that was a very successful event. Last year it was 400 people in attendance. This year we increased it by 200 to 600. So thank you for that, and thank you for your support. My second order of business related to this community event, as noted on this month's agenda, the district received a $1,000 anonymous donation from a community member who was at the event, highlighting the accomplishments and success of this year's Community Unity. The goal of this donation is to help ensure the continuation and long-term sustainability of this event. This initial deposit was given to the business office and is intended to establish a community unity fund so others may also contribute to the event, and to any additional initiatives that promote unity, kindness, and inclusion across the district. Thank you to that anonymous donor. We are forever indebted to you, and thank you for beginning what I believe will continue year after year and build the fund for that event.
Thank you, Mr. Malone, and then congratulations on the Community Unity event. I was there. The room was packed. The student performances were amazing, and it was great to see that the county superintendent attended as well, and was equally impressed with what Marlboro was able to do. What I thought was equally impressive was the chain that was built by our students that really just traveled around the entire school. Was pretty amazing as well. So thank you and congratulations, and also on the donation.
Thank you.
Mr. Blunt, can I ask a couple questions about community unity?
Sure.
Of all those attendees, I know you had a couple hundred that were in the band, and I just wanted a question about that. Were students given an option, or were T-shirts distributed in school to the students, telling them if the student didn't come, that they would not get a T-shirt and would not participate in the band portion of the concert? Because I have several students whose parents had other arrangements, but were told that their child would not be included, and then in class during distribution were not given a T-shirt and said, if you don't come, you don't get a T-shirt. So I just want to know where that is, because a lot of kids were upset that they did not receive that T-shirt.
That's the first I'm hearing of that, so I know nothing
I'm
about
happy to
that.
bring the concern to you, and I think that maybe for next year, just looking to the future and what we can improve on,
Sure.
maybe it should be, that either every child gets a T-shirt in the spirit of inclusivity, whether or not their parents are able to bring them to this extracurricular kind of last-minute band demand.
I did not
There's
have-
a couple hundred at least of the 600 alleged attendees were from the band, and I know a lot of people had to rearrange their schedules because their child felt left out in band class. They didn't have anything to kind of do, and then were also not allowed to participate. So I don't know if any of the other board members heard similar situations, but I know that was a concern. So I think looking forward to next year, and in the spirit of unity, maybe that's something we can revisit.
I did not receive one complaint about that, but thank you for sharing that with me, and we'll ensure that everyone's included.
I actually gave you a little feedback as the parent of a student in the band program. If you could please, moving forward, ask the parents' permission first before inviting the children. That way, if there's a conflict, which many parents had this year, then the student can, maybe it can be explained to them first, like, hey, you were invited to do this, but we can't make it that night. Don't feel left out. Don't feel like your band is going and you are not. With many school trips and school lessons and things that involve the child's involvement outside of school hours, the parents are usually, there's a permission slip that needs to be signed, or there's some type of, communication. But when my 5th grader came home and said, we were invited to perform at Community Unity Night, where I was also informed as a board member, if I didn't feel safe, that I shouldn't come, but that's a different conversation, that the child won't be as let down because they already saw the excitement in the classroom from the band mates. So maybe moving forward, you can invite the parents first. Just like we send out, an email that the school is going to have a 2-hour delay, you don't tell the kids first. You tell the parents because they're the ones that are making arrangements. Just a little parent feedback, not so much hearsay. I actually mentioned it to you.
I had a question. First of all, congratulations on, growing the Unity event from last year to this year. I think it's great. I love the fact that the students were so involved that they all wanted to participate and that the parents came to support it. I think it's incredible. Help me understand. I think the first year we had support from the PTOs of the district. Is it true that this year that support wasn't there from certain PTOs in the district? I'm just trying to understand what happened, if you had any information on that.
So last year the PTOs and PTAs did attend. They ran activities in the band room. This year, we decided, Mrs. Tindorf, she was recognized this evening. She took on that role, not necessarily with the activities, but really enhancing the evening. She did all of the decorations. She is one person, and she really made that place special for all of the attendees. So we took a different direction. We had some participation, some, I think, PTOs and PTAs where they had other events going on. So, you know, I never want to require them to be there. This year, just the way things turned out, it just was easier and more streamlined to do it ourselves.
Okay. It was just because I know like that's one of the things that the PTOs, you know, they're here to help and support the district in the things that they do. So it's just sort of disheartening to see that a big event like the Unity event, and we didn't have, you know, 5 or so PTOs that decided that they couldn't support the event. So it was a little bit disappointing to see that, that's all, and to hear that.
Yeah, and I think I'm not speaking for a PTO because I'm not in the district any longer, so I'm just going to speak for myself. As the board member, I did not attend. And I think it's a beautiful event to bring the community together, but prior to that, it doesn't feel united. And I'm not sure how we measure success of an event where the children came and played beautifully, which from what I heard, and the band played and families got together and did activities. Putting that beautiful work aside from the children, the community does not feel united. So for me, I chose to not attend because I think it came on the heels of being requested to pause and really measure success of how we're going to bring the community together and make it a united front. It didn't feel united in September or October or November when the event occurred. So I chose to not attend, and I can't speak for anybody because I'm not on a PTO. That is why I didn't come. Putting aside, I know the children did a beautiful job and it was a lovely event, but I made that choice for myself. So I know other people made the same choice for that reason.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, you went in a different direction and didn't include the PTOs, or the PTOs didn't want to be included in the Unity event?
For clarity, I put a spreadsheet out for the PTOs who would like to participate, and there were some who said they couldn't. You're welcome.
I would just like to say I did attend the event, and I had a different perspective than you. While you may have felt that the community didn't feel the importance of the event, the number of people that were there felt very united. And more importantly, or as importantly, they all stood with their students and their children, and it was extended families, from what I can see, present, as opposed to just parents or siblings. So I had a different viewpoint and a different perspective, but I was there, and this was the first time I actually had an opportunity to attend it.
Yeah, and I don't think they didn't see the importance of it. That wasn't my statement. My statement was I personally didn't feel like we were united as a community outside of that event. I'm sure in the event, if my child was asked to play and I was there, I would feel very united too. But I don't feel like we're united as a board. I don't feel like the community is, like we're all united together as a community. Putting aside, the children, I'm sure, performed beautifully as they always do.
Yeah, if we could just point out the obvious, when you include the children in board meetings, the parents show up. It appears that board meetings have 100 attendees, but in all actuality, they're here to support, rightfully so, their children. So although 600 is a very impressive number, there's more people paying attention on social media to what was going on in this community. And I also voiced my concerns about that at the time. It just felt a little tone deaf to, you know, move forward with an event that claims we're united when the board can't even be in the same room together, or there's orders of protection in place.
I'm going to end with some positivity again. Great job, Mr. Ballone. 600 parents came in unity to support this event, and that speaks for itself. You can phrase it and frame it any way you want. The reality is there were 600 people in that room, in addition to children. So congratulations, kudos to you and your team that put this event together. Great job.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any additional comments? Okay, moving on. School bus driver abstracts.
All abstracts were run and all have privileges in good standing.
Thank you. Referendum. Carol.
Sure. Okay, so we know we included in the green notes just basically an overview of the process so far, so we just wanted to relay that to the public as well. So right now I'm just going to give an overview of the referendum process, where we're at, where we're going. Right now we're really in the midst of the bond sale process. So as you know, voter approval was obtained on November 4th for the referendum, and the referendum was strictly for the HVAC upgrades to Asher and Robertsville. After that, we had to prepare for the market. So basically, after voter approval, the district has worked with the financial advisor that you saw here that night to present, to prepare an offering document that outlined the district's credit profile, the finances, and the project details. So Mr. Blown and I, we had to meet with the financial advisor and Moody's to go through a series of questions, give a presentation to help determine, basically our interest in possible investors and also our borrowing cost to receive a rating. We did receive a rating of AA2, which is I believe the third highest rating on the Moody's scale, which made us very attractive for investments, especially for a public entity. So it was classified as a high credit quality, characteristics of institutions with strong capacity to repay their debts, even in adverse economic conditions. That was the exact language from the Moody's assessment. So on December 11th, with that rating, we did our competitive bond sale. So we basically used a competitive sale where underwriters submitted sealed bids to purchase the district's bonds. Now, grant you, it's not a long-term bond; it is a note. So on December 11th, we accepted the bid from BNY Mellon Capital Markets, which was one of 5 bidders that submitted to purchase our loans. So BNY Mellon was the lowest bid. They offered the lowest cost of the borrowing at a rate of 2.71%. Some of the other bids were 2.78, 2.78, 2.79, and 3.076. The awarding on the bonds took place in December 11th, so it has to be a same-day transaction. So basically, we awarded to the lowest bidder once we had the financial advisor and our bond counsel review all of the documents, and so we felt comfortable awarding to BNY Mellon. Once BNY Mellon was awarded, they sell the bonds to investors and the district receives the funds for the project. So that is basically the next step where we are at. Our anticipation to receive those funds are December 23rd. Once those funds are received, then we start working with our architect and engineer to go out to bid for the project. And then when the bids come in, you would accept basically a contractor to award it to on a future meeting. So you'll see tonight that the post-referendum services for the architect that were discussed are on the agenda for approval. Once that's approved and we receive the funds, then basically it's just like a normal project would work when it comes to bidding it, awarding it, and then the construction phase, which anticipates to take place in the summer, with probably an occupancy date of everything fully done, probably by late fall, early spring. Probably the spring, because we've seen a lot of delays with equipment and stuff. So just a little bit of information on the notes. So of course the temporary note was for the $5,345,031. It is set to mature on July 15, 2026, and as we had described, so basically our portion of the funding would be submitted through the use of capital reserve, and we also get about 34% on our debt service aid to cover the other portion of that project. So there is interest that comes with this, but the caveat is I believe the total interest is around $115,000, but a portion of that interest is actually paid with basically a coupon by the investor, so that essentially lowers the interest that is owed by the district to I believe around $81,288, and under that $81,000, 34% of it is technically covered by your debt service aid. So really, the district is on the hook for about maybe $50-something thousand in interest for going the short-term route than rather than a long-term amortization schedule or a long-term payment option. So basically, in summary, we are right where we anticipated to be with receiving the funds, and then once the money is accepted on the 23rd, we start the project phase of awarding a bidder.
Questions for Mr. Caravella? I will say that the way you laid this out for us in the green notes was incredibly helpful.
That was a lot of it was Mr. Balone. I don't want to take credit where I didn't do
Whoever
it.
takes the credit, it was very helpful. It laid it out. It told us about the process, and for me, it was extremely informative. So thank you. Okay. Communications, Mr. Balone.
I have none.
Thank you. Superintendent's report, HIB.
Yes. Superintendent's report, HIB, period November 3rd, 2025 through December 11th, 2025. There were 2 incidents reported.
Thank you. Our next meeting date is January 6th. That will be in 2026. That'll be our reorganization meeting. I will move on the approval of minutes. We have been submitted with the minutes for our October 14th workshop meeting and executive session, and the minutes were also submitted for the regular meeting of November 11th and the executive session. Can I have a second on the motion? Mr. Lolansky, any discussions on the minutes? Seeing none, Mr. Caravella, roll call.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes, on October 14th, abstain on the 11th.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
No.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Olansky?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes. Secretary and Business Administrators report.
Yep, so this is the monthly certifications for October 31st, 2025 and November 30th, 2025, as well as the payroll certification for the month of November.
Thank you. We're up to committee reports. There's only one committee report for this month, special education. Dr. Miskowitz.
Highlighting several key initiatives and upcoming plans. The district will continue to celebrate Inclusive Schools Week, reinforcing its commitment to access and belonging for all students. The IEP process remains a priority, with an emphasis on increased communication to support students and families. Early stages of budget planning for the 2026-2027 school year are underway, with a focus on staffing and resources to support special education programming. Updates were also shared regarding semi-requirements. Documentation and compliance will continue to be monitored, and the district has been placed in Tier 5 for the 25-26 school year, resulting in increased funding for semi-services. Planning for ESY 2026 is underway, with tentative program dates of July 1st to August 11th or July 6th to August 13th, pending final decisions. Additionally, RTI referral data will be reviewed on a quarterly basis, with the first data pull scheduled for January.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you to Mary Elizabeth for writing up all these notes for me. I appreciate all you do.
Thank you, Dr. Miskowitz. Any questions for Dr. Miskowitz on the committee report? Any other comments?
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Lolansky.
I'm just a little confused because there's only one committee report tonight. There's no policy committee report, but we have a policy on the agenda. So was there a policy committee meeting?
The last policy committee meeting was September 30th, if I remember correctly.
And was this discussed then?
And this was discussed then, yes.
Then why is it on the agenda so many meetings later?
Go ahead, please.
The reason there was a delay is because we had to present it also to the curriculum committee. This policy traverses curriculum. So the curriculum committee had to review it after the policy committee. We finally got it to the curriculum committee. I was in attendance at that meeting. I think most of you were there. One person was unable to be there due to traveling. Once the curriculum committee was able to review it, I don't have the date exactly, maybe November, sometime in November, this was the first time we could bring it back to a public board meeting for first reading. This also completes that last alert that we received. So that's why there's a delay.
There wasn't a meeting, though, in between, Michael, so we talked about it briefly. Mr. Ballone recommended it go to we met on the 30th, talked about it briefly. Mr. Ballone recommended it go to the curriculum committee, and then we didn't meet again, so it didn't come back to us
When the
after.
policy committee met, did you guys make the changes that are in here, or were they made after you met?
Those changes were made first at the
From
policy
Strauss.
committee, and then we brought it to the curriculum committee to see if they need to make any further changes.
There was a small edit in there that I did ask, I brought to Mr. Ballone's attention, and he's going to make that small edit. Huh?
We could talk about that during the actual.
Yeah, it's not a substantial
Yeah,
change, so
it's a small change,
it can
nothing.
go on for second reading.
Would have been helpful, though, if the last 2 months ago, if we would have said that we did talk about this policy, but we're not bringing it yet. We're going to bring it in 2 months, because like you see, we don't have a policy committee meeting, but we have a policy, so it's a little
That would have been the
confusing.
canceled October meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was the meeting before.
Yeah, it's just.
It's a good point. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments? Thank you. We're up to discussions. Mr. Malone, school calendar, 2026?
I had one question for Sue. I know that the special education PTO, known as SCOPE, was not functioning. They were waiting for their board to be seated. There's been no communication. I was wondering if that was discussed, or if our district is operating without a SCOPE, or what we're doing, if that was discussed with you.
No, I am only the liaison. They only tell me what they want me to bring forth.
Thank you.
Calendar?
It's that time of year again where we look at the school calendar for the 2026-2027 school year. This is just a draft, but what we typically do is present it to the board in December, knowing a new board will be seated in January. So this is just a discussion. The approval will happen after the new year. I tried something different this year. And I want to thank Megan Fitzsimmons, the president of the MTEA, that's the teachers union. I'm sorry. Association, I'm sorry. MTEA, right, association. We attend at Brookdale, there is a collaborative professional development that we attend, I'd say about every other month, somewhere around there. And we've been doing this for a few years now, and they continue to revisit the notion of collaborating, making collaborative decisions when able. And I looked at the school calendar as one of those opportunities to bring in a wide stakeholder group to provide input to the calendar. So what has been done in years past is a calendar is devised, we kind of look at the previous year, and we, obviously there are certain things that move around accordingly depending on holidays and all of those things. However, it got shared with the admin team, and that was essentially it. We would share it with MTEA leadership, but then there was no real other input. It would come to the board. We would make a few changes. This is draft number 6 already. I think last year had maybe 11 or 12 drafts, just because of various things. This year, as I mentioned, we did it a little differently. When I went to the training with Megan Fitzsimmons, we said, you know what, I think the calendar is a good opportunity to bring in a wider group of people. So we brought in over 30 staff members, bus drivers, secretaries, buildings and grounds crew, teachers, administrators, both district and school level, CST members. We tried to hit almost every area of the school district. I brought them in, I think it was maybe about an hour and a half meeting, and I presented the calendar to all of them. They came back with feedback in that moment, and if I recall correctly, at that meeting there were about 10 different suggested changes or considerations, and I was able to make most of them based on that feedback. Sometimes you can't make everybody happy. Obviously, we consult with Freehold Regional and the other regional school districts in our area. We can't be 100% lockstep because our community has slightly different needs than other communities. But what you have here is the product of a true collaborative effort in creating the school calendar. We know by law students have to attend school for 180 days. However you slice it, that's how they have to be in for 180. One session days count toward those 180. As was done in years past, we don't quote-unquote build emergency closure days in. People call them snow days. They're really not snow days. They're emergency closure days. While we don't build them in, when a school district builds emergency closure days in, if students have to go for 180 days, they usually build in, say, 3 is the typical number. So they have a calendar that has 183 student days. And then if they use them, they use them. If they don't, they call it giving back. It's really not giving back because they go 180. They're never intended to go beyond 180. So what we do instead is on the back or the second page of the calendar, we have the proposed dates in the event that snow happens on a school day and we need to close. This past snowstorm, we got lucky. Happened on a Saturday, and then we had to delay, or Saturday night, we had to delay for Monday. But there are a series of dates, and I don't have the back of mine, so can I just... So we start with February 15th, then we move on to March 10th, and if needed, there are 2 days in June, which we hope not to use, June 24 and June 25. So we technically have 4 days. I call them contingency days. They're not built in, right? I'm not presenting 184 student contact days. I'm presenting 180 student contact days with 4 contingency days for emergency closures. So it's essentially the same from an HR perspective. Giving days back and telling people we're going to be in, but now we're not going to be in mid-year is problematic. I know that sitting in the HR seat, and quite frankly, the feedback that I've received from our staff is it's nice to know in advance. Few of the changes that you'll see from this year, in November, we took feedback. This was part of the feedback from the meeting. This year, we were in Monday, out Tuesday for Election Day, in Wednesday, out Thursday, Friday. We just took the whole week. So, staff members, of course, were appreciative of that. I hope our families are. It's a nice time to go away in November. So we took that full week. That was a big change. And then, let's see. Those were the big ones. The Freehold Regional, just some points to note. Freehold Regional first day for students, again, draft. They're not approved yet. September 8th. Our first day is September 3rd. We are closed for students and staff, as I mentioned, November 2 through 6. we'll call it a fall break and election day. NJEA convention. Freehold Regional is closed Thursday and Friday, November 5th and 6th only. Freehold Regional is closed for students on Veterans Day. I know we've had great discussion about Veterans Day, and traditionally we are in school and we have a lot of enriching activities for our students during Veterans Day. So we will be in as well. And then our last day, both Freehold Regional and MTPS agree on our last day of school for students is the 23rd of June in 27.
Mr. Ballone, can we hang on December for a second and just ask for the feedback that you received moving parent-teacher conference so close to the holiday break?
Oh, thank you for reminding me.
Because as a working parent, that is brutal to see.
Thank you for reminding me about that one. That one's
Looks like
the other.
there's 2 half-days the week before the break, and then the 1, 2, 3 days leading up to the break are more half-day sessions. So as a working mom, leading up to the holidays in a hair salon is not a great time to have half-days.
That was something that came directly out of that meeting. And it was somewhat split, right? And then now the question is, do you make 50% of the people happy and the other 50% of the people unhappy? 50% is a failing grade on both sides.
Well, have you considered dipping into the advisory committee and maybe asking parents how they feel about the proposed calendar?
We could certainly, we could do something of that nature. Let me just share with you what the rationale behind that was. Teachers who teach, especially kindergarten and first grade, are little ones, they feel like the early December is too early for parent-teacher conferences. The middle school teachers love it because it's about 3 weeks after the first marking period, and they want to get parents in when they need to get them in. So there was this competing need of, we want to push it later, and we want to keep it the same. So we considered the week of Martin Luther King, which is the week of January 18th. That was on the table, and it was put out there, and that seemed too late. So the 17th, 18th, 21st, and 22nd was the compromise, and then there was a further compromise. So you can, but we don't want to have evening conferences on a Friday night. So we did day on the 17th, evening on the 18th, evening on the 21st, and day on the 22nd, and then there's a half day the next day.
Are you worried about parental response to that time? Because I know right now we're in that week that we're speaking about next year, and there's no way I have time for parent-teacher conference the week of Christmas.
We can absolutely take feedback from our parents. Yeah, we can do that. It doesn't matter. As I said, this is a collaborative approach. It doesn't matter where these fall. We can't make everyone happy. So we have to, if you want me to, garner a little more feedback from our parents, I can certainly do that.
Have you thought about the week before Martin Luther King week? The week of January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, like that?
We could consider any week.
January is so empty. I understand the perspective of the sweet spot of how you know the students, at what time of year you feel it's best to speak to their parents. But like I said, I'm just afraid of the lack of participation. I like to go to parent-teacher conference.
We can consider any week. We could even revert back to the first week in December. That it's not really. We're just trying to take the feedback of the broad spectrum that we pulled in.
I'm not discrediting the importance of the staff's time either, but as a full-time teacher, I can't even imagine getting ready for parent-teacher the week before the break because they're pretty much checked out. Having the kids there for that many half days leading up to the break is going to be a challenge for them as well, in my opinion only.
Have we ever done it during that period before? Has it ever been that close to the break?
So we actually used to have 2 parent-teacher conference sessions. So I'd have to look. I don't know off the top of my head.
And then I may have misheard you, or but I think you said, if things didn't change, I think you said you don't want to do evening conferences on a Friday.
Correct.
But I think I heard you say on the 18th it would be evening, and on the 17th it would be day. Did I hear that correctly?
I want to make sure it's on the back here. So the plan right now is evening on the 17th.
Okay, so that's the Thursday.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And then it goes day, and then Monday the 21st is evening, right? Because you don't want to have an evening conference on that Tuesday. And then the Tuesday is an afternoon conference.
Does this encroach at all on the teacher negotiations? I'm just from.
No.
Okay.
Because when they have conferences, they have students have a one-session day, and then the teachers come back.
That's what I was wondering, because this year it was daytime, evening. That's not laid out in their contracts. It's up to you to schedule?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just 2 days and 2 evenings.
I just wanted to add one more thing. I don't know if it's ever been done before, but what about like 1/2 day per week leading up? So like you can get the different, like I know the younger ones could be later, maybe the older ones, like middle schoolers, can be earlier based off of, like I know they do their assessments and they have more information, just an idea, but yeah.
I'd have to see it. Could you sketch it out for me, and then we can look at it? We even considered doing them at different times, right? The elementaries a different week than the middles. The problem, we thought we had it solved until transportation. So it's, on the middle school side, it's easier because they're early, but if on the flip side, on the elementary level, if they are leaving for a one-session day, transportation doesn't align. But Mrs. Carrera, if you can provide an example of what that looks like, I'd be happy to look at it.
Okay.
Any other comments on this? Mr. Malone, I did have one family member who reached out to me in passing and mentioned that the September 11th is Rosh Hashanah.
Mm-hmm.
And have we ever done, I know that it's a Friday. Their question was, have we ever done one-session days for that, so that parents and students have an opportunity to get home or travel if they were traveling to observe the holiday? So
we haven't typically done that. That was actually an ask by one of the members at the big table. Could we? We could. So there's nothing that says we can't. It was just one of those asks that, I did a deeper dive and contacted some Jewish community members and asked them, what does this look like? If we had a full day of school, is that acceptable? Even if you're hosting, right? If you're hosting for that evening, and the unanimous response I received was it's completely fine. The caveat that I shared with the staff member who brought it up at our meeting, we always accommodate for religious reasons. So if any of our staff members or even students are observing with a religious reason, it's excused, right? So we honor that. So it hasn't been an overwhelming request. It was one person, and then I dug a little further and asked some members of the Jewish community, and I haven't asked everybody, but their take was it's not really needed. However, if someone needs to take it, we will honor that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the calendar? I know this is only draft 6, and if I'm correct, I think we're on draft 10 or 11 for our current talent. So this is obviously going to go through some more revisions. All right. Next item is the discussion number 1 on school budget. Mr. Caravella.
everybody. We are back to discussing the budget again.
This is where I started.
So I'm just going to give everyone a discussion number one, basically just an overview. Did it a little bit differently this year. I'm just going to go through a couple of slides and then really show you some pictures like before and after of some of the projects that we've completed and we have done over the course of the last year. I know this is something that when we discussed in the B&G committee we wanted to see, so try to incorporate into the budget slide. So again, we like to just start with the summary of the S2. So as you know, S2 has hopefully sunset, but the funding formula still needs some drastic changes. Hopefully with a new governor, maybe the funding formula will change or tweak slightly, but we're not sure exactly what's going to happen with that. We can only anticipate that it's going to be flat, and then also try to basically foreshadow that you may have to cut stuff, but we never tried to. We just keep that in the back of our heads, so it's not like a free-for-all of, oh my God, what do we do when it comes to building the budget. So one of the things that doesn't help us thinking that we're going to get more funding from the state is we are still deemed over adequacy, which means that our adequate level of spending to give an adequate education far exceeds what the state thinks we should be spending. Since 2018, 2019, we've lost approximately $4 million from our budget between S2 and also Chapter 44 eliminations. So again, every year we have to just go into this projecting flat. I don't want to stand here and think that we're going to get so much money. If we do, then we are able to navigate some of the increases that we see in other areas of our expenses. So basically the gap is not as large when it comes to balancing the budget. Of course, with the new governor, the state aid will be delayed probably about 2 weeks. So normally you get it about February 28th or around at the end of February. Now you'll probably get it about mid-March. So that will push the timelines also for the tentative budget that's due and also the final adoption. So again, this is just an overview. You could see your equalization aid, your special education aid, transportation aid, security aid. So last year when we were talking about them modifying the formula, they really didn't modify the formula to an extent where it assisted or helped districts. What they did was certain districts just didn't get any equalization aid. As you can see, we had 0. And they basically took that and reallocated into areas such as transportation aid, special education aid, security aid, based on what we submit as our data for DRTRS and ASSA. So again, it still went down, but we actually lost on that because we didn't receive any equalization aid whatsoever from the state. So again, big picture, what we do, we evaluate every departmental budget, so B&G, security, tech, curriculum, special services, salaries and benefits, and we collaboratively work to make reductions. So throughout, from now until May, the next VA who takes over will be working on putting together a budget for the tentative hearing. And same thing, we try to work through the mindset of, can we do more with less? But if we don't have to, that's great. Then we get to maintain the fabric that we have here. But it's always a possibility because with rising costs and trying to keep the level of education that we provide and the level of services that we give, we always have to keep in mind of you might have to, slightly modify things or tweak it to continue to allow Marlboro to be Marlboro. Some of the things that we review first, though, we look at the programs, the staffing, the building projects to see what is needed and what is not. Your routine summer work, your materials, any different types of technology infusions we look through. So we like to cycle through our Chromebooks. We like to cycle through, our purchase lease for our buses. That should not change unless, again, you have to change it based off of what your numbers are for state aid. Some of the highlights from B&G, so as we stated in the referendum, that is going to be the big project that is in the budget. That is going to be a big capital reserve withdrawal for the Asher and Robertsville HVAC project. You'll also continue to do maintenance reserve projects through asphalt repairs, flooring repairs, your routine maintenance work. basically just to continue to update our facilities and keep them where they're supposed to be, so you're never into an emergency situation. Some of the key projects that we definitely did want to take a look at were the Robertsville shingle roof, but again, a lot of those things can be done through co-op, or you can go through procurement, but those are some things that may be budgeted as a maintenance reserve again. So this, we wanted to show you exactly all of the money that we budgeted last year for the project, exactly what your money as a taxpayer has been spent on upgrading the school. So this one you could see is the Abbott generator that we updated. So to the left is the generator that was taken out. As you can see, the construction in process when they were building the pad and the base for the generator, and then I believe they finished that over spring break of this, I think it was April of 2025 they finished. So that generator was original with the building, and we were able to update it through the use of reserve funds. Next, so this is Defino. As you can see, a lot of work was done at Defino for the asphalt repairs, and we're still not done. We still have some other areas to address, but we were able to address some of the major areas. You can see on the left the construction in progress of the front of the school, and then the finishing work. And that was all done, I believe, within a week or a week and a half time span. So this is actually the Marlboro HVAC unit. So for anyone who's not familiar with what's going to be installed in Robertsville and after, this gives you a great visual to see what we're installing around the district. So to the left, you could see the construction in progress. In the big picture, you can see the crane loading on the RTUs onto the roof, which just gives you an aspect that there's a lot of moving parts that our B&G department does not get credit for navigating and making sure that everyone is where they're supposed to be, the schools are open, and we receive deliveries when we need to. But in the middle, you could see the RTUs actually installed in the classrooms. And that's also what it looks like in Defino and Dugan as well. This one is some of the district-wide flooring repair. So I think this is honestly amazing. They come in, they rip out the floor. I think if you haven't tried it, you should. It's a great stress reliever to rip up floor and put it down. But to the left, you can see the work in progress. And then basically when the tile is all replaced, they have it down to the base of the floor. And then you could see the vinyl flooring that was done. In the middle, that's actually the middle school where the VCT tile was replaced and done also. This was the auxiliary gym. So as we discussed, every year we've been budgeting for the MMS auxiliary gyms because there was mercury in the floors and we were just trying to get ahead of it. So this is the second auxiliary gym completed. Next year we will look to do, for 26, 27, we'll look to do the larger gym, but that all depends on how much it would cost, and then you navigate accordingly. But that was the timeline. It was always a gym each year just to try to abate the mercury out of the gym floor. Again, you could see the before and after pictures. So before, during, and then afterwards the finished product. And again, I believe that was another one where they were in and they were out within 2 weeks, which was really quite amazing to see. So again, I'd just like to give everybody a visual timeline of the budget. So December, we start our enrollment projections. We start working with the administrators, the principals, and we start looking at class sizes and sections and based off of enrollment of what we submit for our ASSA data here, and for budget discussions with the board. And then January, February, and March, we'll continue our budget discussions internally and also with you through presentations by department. And then by March, you should be adopting the tentative budget, depending on if anything gets delayed or not with the budget address. I believe this happened at one time where the budget was actually delayed until, I want to say, mid-May, but it should not be delayed that much. But again, it would give you more time to basically to plan ahead. That is it for me. Item can put a thank you slide to contact me because I won't be here, unfortunately. Anybody have any questions for me?
I do. I have two questions. The first one in your, I think it was like slide 2 or 3, you had a bullet on there about new developments, and I feel like I ask this question every year about projections and numbers and so forth. But I know that there are a variety of new developments that are coming or that have just been built. I was just curious on how that impacts the numbers for students that you've projected to join, how it impacts the budget and our student-teacher ratio. That's one question. And the second is do you work with the township to know what would be coming a year or two down the road, and does that get built in to the budget?
So we work with the township and we take that into consideration, but what we really do is we monitor our kindergarten levels, and we also cross-examine that with birth rates. Unfortunately, birth rates are just way down.
Mm-hmm.
And then the children that technically are born in, 2020, 2021, that will be coming into kindergarten, the birth rates are way down, so it's really not, panning out how we project. That's why we level off our projections, because when you increase the projections, you have to also increase the allotment for the student. And if those students don't pan out, then it's kind of almost like wasting budgeted dollars where they could be put somewhere else if the numbers don't pan out. But we talked to the township about developments. Really the height of those developments for last year. We're starting to see them really tail off in this town. I know they're starting to be in other towns where they're getting them approved. We haven't development further putting them up, but we're also not seeing a lot of maximization come from some of those, but some of them are. And that's why sometimes we work together to restructure or not redistrict, but just to re-examine where new developments are going to go to school based on availability.
Yeah, an example of that, over by Morel, there was a new development. I'm not sure which one it is. There's the park, there's the place. With the lower enrollment at Morel at that time, I think it was either last year or the year before, we pointed, brand new development, so it wasn't like anyone was already there. We pointed those students to Morel because I believe they were supposed to be districted for Dugan, and Dugan was, they had probably, I think they had 100 fewer students than this school at their peak. So we pointed that new development over to Morel to kind of balance things out. So we do those things. We haven't seen, as Mr. Caravello said, we haven't seen a huge influx from those developments. We were, I think, more worried than it actually panned out to be, but we'll continue to monitor it.
Thank you.
A lot of them are like 2 units, even like 2-bedroom units, so we try to anticipate, projection-wise by that way as well. But for enrollment-wise, we work closely with the township. They will give us data based off of like when things get approved, how many units are in it, how many they're going to be building, what timeline of completion, and we take that into consideration when we build our enrollment.
Thank you. And my second question is just on the timeline when you said that, there could be times when it exceeds or goes past that particular date. And I know that there's a plan for a new business administrator. There will be a plan or whatever is being worked on. But in this period, right, since this is your last meeting and it says in January they're supposed to start conversations with staff members or department heads, just curious on how that's happening in January. Maybe that's for Mr. Ballone.
Yeah, I mean, those conversations have already begun.
Okay.
We've had, we front-loaded those meetings this week, or this week and even last week, we've had those meetings. Right now, the buildings are preparing their building-specific budgets, and then in January, we'll have someone in the seat. So at least I hope to. That's the plan.
Thank you.
I just want to stay with the question on the forecasting for the new developments. There's still a few that are actually still going on in Marlboro. Have you gotten forecasting projections from the town that will impact our 2026 budget that we should be aware of?
So I haven't gotten forecasting since last year. Usually when new plans arise or things change or if they're notified by the township. This measure over there will give you a heads up or a call to try to forecast that or plan that. But again, not seeing the numbers pan out and also knowing that at our heyday we had like 5,600 students and we probably 1,000 less than where we were at our heyday. I don't see the alarming need to worry about space or room for an influx of students. I think we've already talked about that we could easily take on another 300-400 students and be able to navigate that.
That's a lot of capacity, 300-400 students. Okay. And just curious, we're about 6 months into our fiscal year. How are we trending? On budget, under budget, above budget, so that we can have a sense of what we expect to be potentially the impact for the end of the year with anything as far as surplus?
Well, so your surplus is in a healthy state. I think our auditors actually stated that when we were on our Moody's call, that the rising costs that we've faced with health benefits, tuition, just like the rest of the state and the rest of school districts, that, your dollars are restricted in a public setting. You have a certain amount of revenue sources and a lot of expenses. So we do a very good job in maintaining that. I know my assistant BA, Chris Jelinski, does a great job partnering with me and making sure we monitor that in our cash flow by doing that analysis every month, and also just making sure that we designate our reserves and our surplus wisely, so we have a good solid base to build the following year's budget. I think our surplus for the audit that just ended, I believe, was about $2 million, which is a good solid base to stay consistent and build next year's budget with. But it might, depending on breakage, it's all about breakage and what you are able to basically navigate and put back into surplus at the end of the year. I think we're trending as there's nothing that is not known for what we're planning for, except for health benefits, because that's on a calendar year rather than a fiscal year. So,
Just as a matter of practice, and I think I know I mentioned this to you before, but just to bring it up again, anytime we have a resignation or a retirement, we look to see if we can do that position differently. So we constantly do that. So anytime you see a resignation or retirement on the board agenda, just know that I've asked myself that question. And there are times where we can. My philosophy is I don't want to cut programming from kids, right? Some school districts cut, programming includes the arts and all of those things. Not interested in doing that. We're a school district, so that is not even on the table. Keeping class size, Mrs. Mendez, you had asked that. Keeping class sizes where they are. We're not looking to, we have pockets of classes that are a little larger, but as Mr. Caravello said, we are nowhere near the student enrollment that we were 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we were about 1,000 kids more. And those class sizes were a little large. I know because I had them in my classroom. So I don't want to increase class size. And then the third one is we do a very thorough job in hiring people. We don't want to let good people go, right? So, and usually in school districts, that's what happens. It's last in, first out, right? Because of tenure laws and those sorts of things. So when we find good people, we don't want to say, you were great, but we don't have the budget for you anymore. So I've been forecasting budget cuts for the last 2 years for this year. So we've made cuts. We made cuts last year for this year. So we're already in a pretty good spot.
Just to be clear then, because that was my question. For the for the school year, we lost for this year, or for the coming year, $3.8 million? Or was that over, that was total? That's what I was wondering, that was total over the period of time, since 2018, okay. Can I just ask this question? What's on your list of things when it comes to the budget that you might be concerned with this year? Or do you feel like not so concerned because we've been forecasting and we're in a good spot?
I would say health benefits.
Right, because I know it's out of your control.
So it's about, I think, the 30% increase that they've anticipated. I mean, that would be an aggregate of about 50-60% increase over the last 3 years. They continue to give the districts the health benefit waiver to offset, but again, that's a form of being on top of your tax line. So your taxpayers are taking that on for us to alleviate the whole of the health benefits. But we run our claims experience every year, sometimes twice a year, to see if we can get out of the state health benefit program. There's over 280 school districts out of about 600 that are still in the school employee health benefits program. It's unfortunately very hard to get out because you cannot get out just for medical or just for prescription. If you're in it for both, you have to be able to get out for both.
Right.
Pick and choose. So until our claims experience comes down, or the government is able to come in and regulate the rate increases for districts, to try to take the burden off of the taxpayer, then that's really our only big concern. Other things go by the CPI index or are part of your nominal increases. You know well in advance what your association increases are going to be based on your settled agreement, so you budget for that. But the health benefits is always the big piece, and it coming in the middle of the fiscal year on the calendar year is usually annoying too, because you have to, all of a sudden now get these increased bills for the last 6 months of the fiscal year.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions? As always, thank you, Mr. Caravel. Thorough and detailed, and not an easy topic for us to sort of want to always hear about, but challenged. Moving on, we're going to start with financial and business operation matters. Ms. Gandhi, would you read?
Financial and business operations matters. 1, transfers. 2, list of bills. 3, secretary monthly reconciliation reports. 4, travel. 5, harassment, intimidation, bullying report. 6, home instruction. 7, amended resolution, ESCNJ contract purchase, AME Inc., building management systems for maintenance and related services for the 2025-2026 school year. 8, ESCNJ contract purchase, Deere & Company for purchase of John Deere skid steer for the 2025-2026 school year. 10, ED Data contract purchase, Robert Griggs Plumbing and Heating for pump house improvements at Asher Holmes Elementary School. 11, donation. 12, donation. 13, donation. 14, amended resolution approval of agreement, Summit Speech School teacher of the deaf for the 2025-2026 school year. 15, tuition students for the 2025-2026 school year. 16, further amended resolution, ESCNJ, PEPM and New Jersey State contract purchase, turnkey technologies for technology and security supplies and services for the 2025-2026 school year. 17, state contract purchases. I so move.
Any discussion on this area?
I just have a question.
Mr. Lalonde.
On the skid steer, great addition though, by the way. Skid steers, you can do so much with them, with such that piece of equipment. You mentioned a whole bunch of attachments, and they're all great attachments that you mentioned you could use the skid steer with in the green notes. Is this money including all those attachments, or that's going to be another bill for the board? You mentioned the snow blower, you mentioned the street cleaner, you mentioned different digging attachments. Are you getting that with the skid steer, or just getting a skid steer? You have to buy those next.
No, we get the attachments. It's I believe it's with the package, right? I think the John Deere comes with all the attachments. We're not buying them separately.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's anything different, you'll get back to us and let us know, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't even know what you were talking about. I was like trying to follow what you meant.
So on the skid
John
steer,
Deere piece of equipment.
I got it at the end. Yeah, I got it, right?
yeah, the bucket, when you see the bucket, you can change that bucket into a million different things. And all the things they're going to use it for are great ideas. But I just want to make sure, because they're expensive, make sure that it's coming with it.
Thank you.
Chris
When you're
is in
saying,
my left ear over here saying it does come with all the attachments. She's confirming.
Okay.
okay, good.
Number 9 may have been, Ms. Gandhi, number 9 may have been skipped, so I'm just going to read it. Number 9, approval of professional services agreements with Tokarski Millman Architects LLC for HVAC improvements at Asher Homes and Robertsville Elementary Schools. Any other discussions on the financial and business matters? We have it seconded already, so Mr. Carabello, roll call.
Who was the second? Sorry.
Yes, Mr.
Wait, I'm
Lalansky.
so
Thank you,
sorry,
Mr.
I'm so
Lonsky.
sorry. I knew you had the second, but then you read number 9. Can I say something?
We can ask for, we can do a so move again, and it's.
Do you mind? I just have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Just on the $112,500 on the HVAC improvements, that, it says post-referendum services total fee. Was that part of the initial?
Yeah, so this was provided in the initial March and April proposal, and we didn't put it on the agenda until we knew we had a successful referendum.
But it was part of the total that was voted
It was,
on, that
yeah.
the community voted in, right?
Yeah.
That was all in there. Thank you.
Yeah, and then it was on, I believe, when we presented as well.
Thank you. I just
You're
want to make
welcome.
sure. That was it. Mr. Cohen?
I have,
Okay.
I have a question too, I'm sorry.
Yes.
For number 11, the board received an email regarding this donation, and I appreciate Mr. Ballone's response to that email, but can we just speak publicly on the scope donation for $315 and how that looked for the district? Because I know the email came in, and I was just hoping for some clarification for that community member.
Sure. So that $315 was raised through the SuperDogs program. The SuperDogs have been here. There are special ed students at Marlboro Middle School in 2 of our programs. They cook, they bake dog treats, and then they sell them, they market them. They have a whole program wrapped around it. When the money is raised by those students, we're not a store, right? So I'm looking at the business office. So what they need to do is they pass those funds over to Scope, and then Scope makes a donation back to the program. I thought you were going to say, Mrs. Jelinski, I thought you were going to say something. They donate the funds back to the program, and then that's how that program raises funds in a fiscally allowable way. Is that accurate?
Right, so it's basically the students are raising the funds, and then Scope is basically accepting those funds or sponsoring the event, and then giving those funds back to the students that raised them in that classroom in the form of a donation for their trip.
In this case, it was a trip. I think they can use it for other things as well.
Thank you.
And this is not the first time this has happened, right? This has been going on for some time. How long has the program been in existence?
I think I have mentioned it in the email.
I feel like it was in 2021 when they presented here, or 22. I don't know. I'm only speaking when the Super Dog treats came out here and they presented. I think we were on the board with Mrs. Amster at the time.
Yeah, just the email from the community member just raised concerns because Scope is under regrouping, so I guess it was just more so like who oversaw that if there's no activity currently from Scope. So I don't know. I'm just reiterating what was said in the email, which is probably why I brought up that we maybe revisit the way emails are shared with the community, but I'll talk about that in a little while.
Sorry, I had a quick question. I remember reading the email. Can you just remind me who was, did the community member mention their name? Or do we know who it was, or it was just a community member?
It said concerns Marlboro community member. What was it? I don't even remember off the top of my head.
Concerned Marlboro
Wasn't it
resident.
like Marlboro citizen or something? Yeah.
I don't want to say the wrong thing.
So anonymous, okay.
Any other questions regarding this item? Nope. Okay, we had a motion, we had it seconded, we had the discussions, we're ready for roll call.
Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes to all except number 5. I was not here, so abstain from number 5, abstain from number 11, 12, and 13 because of a potential conflict.
Okay, Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Alonsky?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes. Moving on, we're up to personnel matters. Ms. Seward, would you mind reading them?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, retirement. Noreen Favillaro, I just want to say her name out loud because that's a huge accomplishment. 2, resignations. 3, employment. 3 employment, part-time certificated staff. 4, employment instructional assistants. 5, employment school monitor. 6, transfer non-certificated staff. 7, stipends. 8, stipend soundboard lighting technician. 9, curriculum exact path teacher parent training. 10, curriculum amended RISE coach. 11, amended extracurricular activities advisor. 12, amended stipend mentor teachers. 13, student observation. 14, student practicum. 15, substitute teachers. 16, substitute bus driver. 17, substitute bus attendant. 18, substitute school monitors. 19, paid medical disability leave. 20, unpaid leaves of absence. 21, amended resolution leave dates. A, B, C, did I miss anything? D, E, F, G, and H. I so move.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please? Ms. Mendez, any discussions on any of the personnel matters?
I have a question.
Mr. Lolansky.
So the stipends, number 7, there's a lot of them. I don't remember ever seeing so many stipends all at once, and it's very vague description. Can we get a little better description of what these ongoing responsibilities are?
Yeah, there's 80. I just went through 80,000
I
stipends.
don't remember ever seeing 80 stipends on the agenda.
These are for special ed students.
So these are part of the association agreement, so all the IAs get a toileting stipend that are involved with toileting for students.
Oh, okay.
So this is a negotiated factor in their agreement, so we award it to them once a year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding personnel matters?
So just a correction for number 5, employment of school monitor. So the total salary should not be 31,502.14, it should be 30,502.14.
35.
30,502.14 cents.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? So we are going to vote on this as amended for number 5 to $30,502.14. Mr. Caravello, can I please have a roll call?
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Belomo?
Yes.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi?
Yes.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Alonsky? Mrs. Mendez?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen?
Yes. Mr. Pallone, you have some retirement comment?
I do. I have retirement comments for Mrs. Favillaro. Mrs. Noreen Favillaro has faithfully served Marlboro Township Public Schools for the past 25 years. For the first 12 of those years, she served as an instructional assistant, working primarily in our ABA program. It was in this role that Mrs. Favillaro realized her love for working with students and helping others. She then transitioned into the role of secretary, first at Asher Holmes, then at the Abbott Early Learning Center. This role afforded her the opportunity to contribute to our schools in new ways, establishing herself as a steady and reliable presence that ensures everything runs smoothly. While Mrs. Favillaro's skill set is unmatched, it is the interpersonal side of the job where she truly excels. Mrs. Favillaro has a unique ability to calm an anxious parent, comfort an upset student, or support a stressed colleague, often all within a matter of minutes. She's truly the heart and soul of our school and will be greatly missed. In retirement, Mrs. Favaloro is looking forward to enjoying some downtime at the beach and visiting with her grandchildren. We wish her a retirement filled with nothing but joy, relaxation, and happiness. Congratulations, Mrs. Favaloro.
Thank you, Mrs. Favaloro, for all of you've done for Marlboro and for our children, and more importantly, enjoy your downtime and that beach with your grandchildren. Okay, we're going to do policy development and community relations next. Ms. Mendez, would you do that?
Sure. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolution for approval. First read for policy 2422, statutory curricular requirements. I so move.
Thank you. Any comments or questions or discussions on this item? I'm sorry? I'm sorry, you're right. Second. Thank you, Mrs. Seward. Now comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll move on to a roll call. Mr. Carabello?
Mrs. Palomo?
No.
Mrs. Carrero?
Yes.
Mrs. Gandhi? Oh, sorry. Didn't notice. It didn't come up. Mr. Hyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Alonsky?
Yes.
Dr. Miskowitz?
Yes.
Mrs. Seward?
No.
Mrs. Mendez?
Well, I have a caveat because I had feedback when I saw it for material change. I'm going to say the committee didn't, okay, I'm going to go no right now.
Okay. And Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Okay, so vote passes 5, 3, and 1.
Okay, we're going to move on to our liaison reports. First one up is Freehold Regional High School District Liaison, Ms. Seward.
Sadly, I have nothing. I'm sorry. That's on me.
Thank you. Marlboro Education Foundation, Ms. Gandhi.
Just that their casino night was a huge success, and they want to thank the district, the parents, everybody that kind of came and participated. So just wanted to mention that, that the event was a success. That's it.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mrs. Gandhi? Nope. Marlboro Township Liaison, Mr. Leonski.
Sure. For the first time in several years, Marlboro experienced a winter storm advisory. Multiple emails from Mayor's office were sent out to ensure public safety, advise cleanup, and provide general updates. If you missed these emails, please sign up for updates on the township's website by searching e-bulletin. Marlboro Recreation Winter Break Classes. Winter break is almost here, and the rec break classes are nearly filled. Classes include robotics, pickleball, art, and much more. Sign up as soon as you can before they're filled. More information, visit the recreation page on the township's website. Marlboro Recreation Summer Camps 2026. Please mark your calendars for camp dates Monday, June 29th, Friday, August 7th. No camp on July 3rd. Registration opens on Monday, February 2nd at 7 p.m. Further details regarding the camp programs will be provided soon. Marlboro EMS Blood Drive, December 17th from 1 to 7. Appointments are encouraged and walk-ins are welcome. Give the gift of life this holiday season. Holiday Gift Card Drive. Gift cards for supermarkets, Walmart, and Target are being collected through December 23rd at the Rec Center. And that's what.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lewanski? All right, moving on to the next one, Monmouth County School Board Association. Mr. Hyatt?
Yeah, I forgot to write it down. There is an upcoming meeting, I believe, in January. It's on their website if anyone wants to attend the county. I forgot to write it down, so that's on me. But that's the only update.
Thank you. New Jersey School Board Association, Ms. Mendez.
Yes, there was a delegate assembly on November 22nd down at the Mercer County College in Princeton. So I attended. Just to let you all know, since I will not be here next year for your delegate for NJSBA, I do want to just remind you all of what it is. The person attending or the person who is the delegate, we don't use NJSBA as our policy provider, but it's still a really good experience to go and hear other boards speak. What they do is they submit potential resolutions to vote on. One of them was on putting STEM in the curriculum for science. And then what will happen is if it does pass, the NJSBA advocates will go and advocate on your behalf for, lobbying or whatever to pass that. So it doesn't technically mean that it passes, it just means that they would advocate, and they could also update their policies based on how the vote goes. So still a really cool experience. So I did go a few times, each time that the assembly came up as the rep, and so that's it for me.
Thank you. And next up would be Scope, Dr. Miskowitz.
No report.
Thank you. And CPAC, Ms. Palomo.
Yes, so thank you, Angie and Robin, for your report as always. CPAC's next meeting of the school year will be virtual on Thursday, January 8th at 7 p.m. The agenda and link will be sent out through special services and will also be posted to our CPAC's Facebook page. Please continue to check out CPAC's website and Facebook pages for additional resources and advice from other parents. CPAC's co-leaders wish the Marlboro community a happy holiday season and a wonderful new year.
Thank you. I just want to mention that the CPAC table at the Community Unity event was hopping. That table had a lot of activity. They really had some great stuff. So congratulations to you and thank you for what you did that night. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, we are up to old business. Old business.
I can't do this microphone today. Okay, so I have old business. Last meeting, or a few meetings, I have talked about the resolution for board member safety, civility, and respectful community engagement. I sent this to all of you yesterday. In the last meeting, my takeaway was to meet with Mr. Cohen and Mr. Gross and Mr. Ballone and talk through all of the components of it because there was a lot in it. So we pulled it apart. I did create a variety of workflows, color-coded the workflows, created kind of like a draft timeline. In our meeting, we then still kept the spirit of it, but we did make some changes. And so I thank you. We had good discussion around it, got some feedback, so thank you. I incorporated the feedback, and I did add a piece that was provided by the superintendent that came to me later after I had put this through, but I think that's a good piece for discussion or however you want to proceed. So I'm bringing this forth to just kind of go through it again, and there have been changes, and if you didn't get to read it, it's okay. But do you want me to read this so that the public hears it? Okay. So let me if that's okay. Okay. So this is the resolution of the Marlboro Township Board of Education establishing a commitment to board member safety, civility, and respectful community engagement. Whereas the Marlboro Township Board of Education is committed to ensuring a safe, respectful, and orderly environment so that its members may serve the community free from harassment, intimidation, threats, or retaliation. And whereas healthy disagreement and robust public dialogue are essential components of a functioning democracy, however, personal attacks, hate speech, defamatory comments, and coordinated online or in-person harassment undermine civic participation and may discourage qualified residents from volunteering for public service. And whereas the safety of board members, staff, students, and community participants extends beyond physical environments and includes digital spaces, social media, electronic communications, and any setting where board-related activity occurs. And whereas fostering a culture of civility, decorum, and respectful engagement strengthens the educational mission of the district and supports productive relationships among the board, administration, staff, families, and community members. And whereas the board recognizes its responsibility to establish clear expectations for conduct and to develop appropriate response protocols when safety concerns, harassment, or violations of decorum arise. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the board adopts a formal commitment to promoting civility, mutual respect, and the safety of all board members, staff, and community participants in all board-related activities, whether in person or online. 2, the board will establish clear, proactive standards for conduct that encourage thoughtful dialogue, discourage personal attacks or harassment, and reinforce the principle that disagreement must remain focused on ideas and not individuals. 3, the board will collaborate with the superintendent, board council, and appropriate safety partners to review or develop procedures addressing threat assessment and safety protocols, digital safety, including cybersecurity and online harassment response, handling disruptions or violations of decorum during public meetings, support for board members experiencing harassment or safety concerns. 4, the board affirms the community's role to engage with the board and its right to free speech. The board also affirms its responsibility at public meetings to ensure that all participants can engage safely in the governance process. 5, the board commits to ongoing evaluation and improvement of its civility standards, communication practices, and safety protocols to reflect evolving community needs and best practices in school governance. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall guide the development or refinement of policies, regulations, and training that support a respectful, safe, and collaborative environment for governance of the Marlboro Township Public Schools. Be it further resolved that implementation of this resolution shall occur as follows. Following adoption, the board, in consultation with the superintendent and legal counsel, if applicable, shall review existing policies, regulations, and governance practices related to board conduct, safety, civility, and decorum to ensure alignment with the principles set forth in this resolution. As part of the board's regular governance and committee processes, any recommended policy, regulatory, procedural, or training considerations arising from this review may be brought forward for board discussion, committee review, and considerations arising from this review, and consideration in a manner consistent with board bylaws and applicable law. As needed, the board may consider additional guidance, training, or policy refinement to support board member safety, respectful engagement, and effective governance, including in response to evolving circumstances or identified concerns. And ongoing, the board shall periodically revisit these matters to ensure continued alignment with best practices, legal requirements, and the board's commitment to a safe and respectful governance environment. So that was the resolution. There is an addition that I did send you all as part of my email to the board. Thank you, Mr. Ballone, for your piece. I did not add that in here, but it is here as a discussion topic, and I do not want to not have it here as well. This piece is the ask to add, whereas the board acknowledges that official board business is conducted primarily during duly noticed board meetings, which serve as the appropriate forum for discussion and community engagement, and that board members should refrain from engaging in social media discussions, debates, or commentary related to board business, instead referring questions or concerns to the superintendent or addressing such matters at board meetings, as online engagement may compromise decorum, misrepresent district positions, or escalate conflict. So that was the addition that I added on the side, not within the resolution that I had proposed, but I want to make sure it's there for a conversation. So that's the resolution. I will pause on how to proceed with that.
Just a quick question. Are you suggesting that the resolution that we have in front of us, you're not suggesting the addition that the superintendent be added to it, and so we view it as a totality? You're saying that that paragraph should be considered separately from what we have in front of us?
I think it's a good conversation piece that can be added if needed. I'm not sure how that would work. I'm not sure how I felt about it. It wasn't part of my initial resolution. I think it could be amended. There are certain pieces that I think board members can be, it says that board members should refrain from engaging in social media discussion, debates, or commentary related to board business. I don't want to stop the board from, I don't know if we can stop the board from speaking online. My primary goal of the resolution is that it's respectful conversation amongst the board, so that we're not attacking each other online, that it's respectful. I can't say that they can't engage in a conversation, but I understand your point, Mr. Blown. You're saying, hey, board members, or your request was, don't address anything about the district at all. Refer people to me, and I understand that point. So that's a discussion point. That was not my initial piece, was to stop them from speaking entirely. My proposed resolution was that everybody speak with respect to each other as board members. That's where I went. So I'll pause there.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, of course.
All right, it's open for anyone else who would like to sort of, add comments or on the resolution that's presented, or on the additional paragraph that Ms. Mendez read. Anyone? Dr. Miskowitz.
Originally, I liked I liked your premise. I like we have to have something, I agree. But for me, this is extremely wordy.
Sure.
I would really like to, cut it down so that it's just right here, not here. Because this, including Mr. Blown's piece, it's going to go on to 2 pages. And I'm saying that because it's just like overwhelming. So it ends up, we're losing the primary piece about civility and getting along and acting like board members, because it's just too much at this point. I don't think, it's not something for me to throw away, but I think it needs more work.
Well, thank you.
It's, I know you put a lot of work into it, I can tell.
Yeah, it's
but,
okay.
It's just too much.
Your mic's on.
You're very wordy. I want to cut it.
Absolutely. Thank you for the feedback.
Well, sometimes I think that we just need the words. Some policies that we have are several pages long, so I actually didn't mind the length of it. I just wanted to give a little feedback on Mr. Ballone's piece about social media. In my experience over the last few years, it's pretty obvious that some of the online activity is from anonymous posts or pseudonyms or, to put it bluntly, fake profiles. So how do we even regulate if those are board members? Because sometimes those alleged fake profiles share things that board members would know. So it's hard to regulate silencing people who are trying to engage with the community, maybe correcting misinformation. We saw how Jenna was successful on Facebook sharing news about the referendum. I think that was a big push for people to vote yes. They were getting a lot of information was shared, and there was discussion with the public, and that was technically board business or I don't know, the board's responsibility to make sure that the public knew about the referendum. So in situations like that, it's going to be hard to cherry pick what the board should or shouldn't talk about with the public, since social media is such a vital tool, both positively and negatively. Just my 2 cents on that. I appreciate the commitment, and I think that a big part of the decorum has to do with the healthy discussion and the healthy dialogue that board members should have, and not have to act in fear of retaliation, which I personally felt that in this past year. So I think that this is good for the board, even though I'm not going to be here. I think it would maybe encourage other people to step up to the plate, knowing that they would at least have these terms to protect them from any of the behavior that we experienced as board members, because even if we disagree, being a united front is just more successful and gives off a more united front to the public.
Additional comments? Thank you. Mrs. Carrero, then Mr. Lawinski.
So I really appreciate all the work that you put into this and the revisions. I did not get to read them because of we just got them last night. So, but I fully support civility and safety and governance. There's a lot of strengths in this resolution. I really like the aspirational type of words, like commitment to promoting civility, healthy disagreement, robust public dialogue. I like the recognition of digital harassment as a governance issue, like digital spaces, social media. And then I also like your difference to like legal counsel, right to process, and legal counsel, like consultation with the superintendent, involvement, alignment with bylaws and applicable law. So there were just certain nuances in here, just from you reading it out loud currently, that that concern me. I would like to be like a part of this in a way, like to give my own, input. But like when you say establish, develop, I worry about the misalignment with our role, right? We should be. I liked you used it somewhere else. reviewing certain policies and things like that. I think that is much more of like what's already in place and things like that. So those are just some of the edits that I would like to make. But yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the feedback.
Mr. Lewanski.
Hi. Just one change, if Val, thank you for the hard work, Val. It was,
Sure.
I like it. In the third, whereas, you mentioned digital spaces, but in the now therefore first one, you just call it online. I think we should keep it digital spaces in both because it encompasses more than just online, unless there's a reason not to. And I know, Jenna, you're right, there are policies and things we have, but our role is to look at those policies and continue to review them. And the direction that we're in now, we got to get it better. We all can agree we have to be in a better direction next year, right? We got to try to do better. So maybe there is a policy or something we can look at that makes us better. I don't know. I'm not on that committee right now, but that committee can do that and look at that, and this speaks to that. I think it's a good work, and it shows our commitment to fostering a better civility for the whole board going forward next year, and maybe turning a new leaf. So I don't see a problem with it, except that maybe no reason not to put digital spaces in both places, unless there is.
I'm just going to address the elephant in the room. A resolution is a proclamation and a commitment to doing something. We pass a resolution and a commitment to celebrating our country, and that's something that I believe that we can all get on board with. To me, while Val, I know your heart and I know your intentions and I know that this is what you would like to see, there are members of this board that have in their board capacity with no objection, without disclaimers. And just side note, that obnoxious all capital disclaimer that you see on the Facebook posts allows us to have our to delineate Danielle or Valentina or whoever the person, and then the board member. So there are some fail-safes in place, but without those fail-safes being used, call other board members names like bigot, myself names like bigot, and say that you're all that's wrong in this world as the board leadership. That's where the problem arises, because we can virtue signal all we want, and we can sit here and we can say we're committed to everything, but we have policies, and policies are meant to be implemented. And if those policies hypothetically are not implemented, then we can resolve till the cows come home. But our actions are what speak. I am not willing, and I will just be blunt and honest because I don't need to dance around it with fancy words. I am not willing to give up my rights as a parent, as a mother, as a community member, and as a taxpayer. I am not willing to do that. That was not, you need to be 18 years old to run in a school board election, and you need to belong to the community that you're running in. You were never told to give up your rights as anything else. So I would never commit to giving up those rights. A lot of people in this community rely heavily on a couple of us sitting here for information, for guidance, for feedback. Not as a board member, but as a mom, as a community member, as a volunteer, and as an active member of this community. So to even ask or suggest that we should feels completely wrong to me. As far as the resolution goes, for anybody sitting here, with the exception of a couple, to sit here and proclaim that we are going to commit to any of what you have written while actually acting completely the opposite, regardless of events and, bonus words that we like to throw in, the actions of a couple people sitting on this board go directly against this. So it would feel all wrong to sit here and commit to a resolution that we know when it comes time to policy will just be put to the wayside or implemented hypothetically, strategically based on, a desirable outcome. That doesn't feel correct or honest with our community or honest with ourselves. So I would, at this point in time, while I do think something needs to be done, I think a policy with direction, which we do already have, by the way, that is implemented is more appropriate than a resolution or proclamation of what hypothetically we would do. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And thank you for that. And just a couple of pieces so I'm clear. On the one piece, when you're saying about giving up your right, you're referring to the addition that I did not include here.
You are correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't something that I had included here.
No.
Okay. The second piece was, for me, in the resolution, what I added to the end were some action items that were actionable, like the review of those policies, to your point, right? Those policies, there are a variety of policies that do exist today. Civility, board decorum, and a variety that I understand you're stating haven't been actioned, right? The policies should be looked at. They should be actioned where they need to be as appropriate is what I was putting here to hopefully drive some of that. I won't be here, so I won't be on a policy committee of sorts. That was my goal. I promised I would revise and present it again, and we can vote, and you all, whoever is on the next board, will take it and do what they need to, but I made a promise, and I wanted to live to that promise at the end of my term.
And I appreciate it, and I appreciate your work for this. I just, like I said,
I
don't
understand
think
what you're saying.
hypothetically speaking, a board that does not address 300-plus concerned community members about implementation of policy
Understood.
will implement policy because of some proclamation, even
understood.
if, there's a unanimous vote for yes.
Yeah.
Other comments? Jenna?
So just like with the 250-year anniversary, and just kind of proclaiming our commitment to that, I think that how else are we going to do something about our dynamics on the board without doing a sort of resolution, right? Like, I think it's a good proclamation to make. Again, I still want time to go over this, and I want to get more voices on the board. And even in one part, it talks about reflecting evolving community needs and best practices in school governance. I would like to, as a board, talk about it and what each one of us need in order to be able to put forward policies and things like that. So, I mean, I'm even thinking about like a possible like ad hoc committee for the whole to put in their input so we can all come to an agreed resolution and having the time to review what's here and maybe removing some of the language that I was just saying about like we don't develop procedures for the school to follow. That's more of an administration, or that's how I'm reading it again on my first read here. So that's what I'm saying. So I would really like the input of all of us because we do have to work together. We do need this. So those are just some of my thoughts.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Can I just ask you a question about that? Can you elaborate a little bit more on what you're thinking as far as an ad hoc committee? Are you suggesting that we form an ad hoc committee to have more conversation about the resolution or about next steps? I just want to be clear.
About the resolution in general, like the words being used, like I want us all to have input about these different aspects that we're looking at that can make us feel more safe and civil and respectful in the community and even just with each other.
I have to just request that that be done as a committee of a whole. I feel like that's what we're doing now.
That's what she said. She actually said an ad hoc committee of the whole.
Okay, so what is this? Like, what is happening right now? We're discussing it as a board. Like, what sub-conversation would happen outside of the conversation that's happening? Like, this was emailed to us, it was printed out to us, it's been discussed for months now. And
Well, this is the first time I'm seeing this since yesterday and the revisions that were made from the last one. And then now, I mean, just to add, I mean, maybe I'm confused, but like we went from talking about a framework and a policy and then now like a resolution that I want input. I want everyone to have input in what's important to us and where we can work together to do this. So that's just where I'm coming from. I want to motion that for this ad hoc committee of the whole, so we can all come together and create this together.
I know, I just feel like it's like more time is being lost, leaving more window open for things to happen and board members to not feel protected by current policies that aren't necessarily being implemented. Like, it's just dragging on.
Right.
And, I know that yesterday feels like it might not have been ample time, but as board members, we get emails.
It was at 10:30 at night, I'm working on a lot of things, like...
I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
No, I know, but I won't be pressured into just agreeing to something, to just agree for it.
Nobody...
I'm not asking you to agree.
Okay, well, this is what it sounds like, right?
That's your own
that's
interpretation.
I'm not trying to delay anything. I want to make informed decisions.
I don't think anyone's delaying, and I understand that. I have been proposing a resolution since like September. We talked about it. I'm not speaking to you, by the way, Ms. Guerrero. I'm just speaking in general. In this case, it was sent last night. We all met. Then there was some travel, so I wanted to make sure they had time to give me feedback. Thank you. They did. I got that feedback. I think it was on Sunday at some point at night or whenever that was. I then worked Monday and then revised, made the revisions and sent. So I don't want anybody thinking like I was sitting on it and decided to send it last minute to pressure people. Not saying that I did that, but I don't want people thinking that. That's how the timeline of events went. We met, people traveled, and I had to wait. Either way, I want to just go back to the crux of why this came about, because a lot of things happened. There are really amazing people that live in this town that will not step up for a Board of Education because of what they see happening. It's disgusting. It's horrible. Regardless of these couple of pieces of paper will mean nothing if actual actions don't change. I'm not sitting here saying I'm perfect, but my God, the things online that were said about anybody sitting here are horrible. Normal people will not put themselves in this situation. Ms. Jankowski, good luck to you because you're up here next. But this is not a normal situation for people to be in. To call out, to threaten people, to threaten our livelihood and our jobs so that people don't want to run. That's insane behavior. This isn't going to mean anything if the rest of you, and I'm not here, so I'm just saying, don't change. So you don't have to vote on it. You could form a committee, but every time we wait since September, more and more things come out. More and more attacks happen of each other. It's disgusting. Do what you want with it. I don't care. Don't vote on it then. I won't even be here. No one normal is going to come up here with you. And this is not normal.
And I just want to respond to that.
By the way, it wasn't directed to you.
Oh, no. It was
directly.
There was, when we were discussing, I think it was the board goals back when, I talked about compassionate communication with each other. And I think I confused something because Mr. Cohen pointed it out, like he was confused about what I was saying. I am totally committed. I am with you. I like this. But again, like this is something I am passionate about also. So I really appreciate you getting something started because I agree.
Thank you.
I just said, Jen, I hear what you're saying, 100%. I think if you look at this as the overview, because Val doesn't say what the steps are in here. She says, look at the policies, look at the procedures, look at this and that. That's where the big committee comes in, and that's we want to do that as a board, not as the policy committee. That's fine, but this gets that going, so that come January we start talking about that as a board. There's no direct thing here where Val says, this happens, you have to do this now. This happens, do that now. She says, look at it. Look at the policies. Look at the procedures we have in place now, and see where we can do better to be more civil. I don't think you need to worry about these words. We need to worry about how we enact it, because this doesn't tell us to do anything.
I do worry about the words. That is just something for me, and that's why I would like to talk about it all together. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And it doesn't, let's use this as the framework as that discussion.
With or without this, Val, so whether we have it or not, we've had policies in place for years on end. And just like if a child has a report against them, or if a child needs support, or if a family needs support, we implement policies. Policies are made to be implemented and followed. So with or without a proclamation, resolution, motion, whatever, this may be, which kind of encapsulates what I know is in your heart and what I know is your vision for how a board should and has run in years past. I do have to ask the question, why is this necessary to look at policy? Why is policy not just being looked at as it would be with any other issue in the districts? And that's just kind of, I don't know if we need a resolution, although I think it's beautiful if it could be adhered to without compromising people's rights as community members. Why would we need this to direct us to policy? We are a board. We have leadership both on the administrative side and on the Board of Education side. They're tasked with implementing policy. That is their role. That is the role. That is the job of that person. So we don't really need to resolve to do that. We all did that when we took our oath. So I'm just trying to understand. We can add this in, and I think this is a beautiful thing, and I would love to see this memorialized and put in place. However, it doesn't, A doesn't depend on B. A should already be happening with or without B.
Correct. And in the absence of A happening, then this is now putting some action in place that when the board, if the board decides to vote it in, there are some actions that they will review. Because are the policies being reviewed that or implemented for action? Can't speak to that. Can't speak to what will happen next year. So all I can say is in this resolution, if it's voted yes, then we're all voting that yes, after adoption, those policies pertaining to this will be reviewed and potentially implemented. At least that is what I have put in here. How that's implemented later, I can't say. But that's why, for action.
I just want to give feedback. I actually liked what Mr. Ballone provided. I think it's important to include that piece in its entirety, like without making any edits to it. The reason being, if we're sitting here and sort of putting guardrails around what community members can or cannot say, it shouldn't be any different for board members. So that's one. And the second thing is, I think the last 2 times that this resolution was read, I think a few board members mentioned that this should be brought up to the policy committee and kind of be discussed. And I know we have a meeting tomorrow for the policy committee. I mean, you're part of it, but I haven't seen this come through or kind of put forward as, hey, a point of discussion, but we could definitely pick this up tomorrow. Again, I think that we do need something like this for our board, but it has to be, maybe we don't need this motion or this, all of this. Maybe it could just be policies that we can look at, different policies that dictate how a board should function, how things should happen. We can just take a look at that. Maybe we don't need this resolution.
I would be completely against having this move to policy. This is not a policy.
right.
Nothing in here is a policy. Taking this behind closed doors and hiding it from the entire community is not what I'm here for.
Yeah.
This is a resolution meant to be transparent, not to be taken to a subset of people with.
Did you not just say, Val, right now, that once the resolution passes,
I'm not
some
done
of the
speaking,
things that you
actually,
need
so
to take a
I'm
look
still in the
at?
middle of my,
Sure.
of my statement. This is not a policy. This should not be moved to policy. This should not be taken behind closed doors. This should be, as Mrs. Creel pointed out, ad hoc, committee of the whole. Taking this behind closed doors to policy would literally reverse the entire collaborative effort of what we want to perceive as unity.
In the last meeting where we did talk about policy, we did say that there were pieces of that resolution that referred to policy. So therefore, that's not here. So I just put that there will be policies reviewed.
Sure,
The pieces that read as a policy aren't here any longer. And so that's why I have a resolution that is not put as part of policy. It's a resolution for the board to vote on. Anything pertaining to civility, board decorum, social media, et cetera, is part of policy. That's why it's not here, though.
So I'm just going to respond back. Resolution, I agree with what Jenna said, to kind of discuss this openly in a public setting so everybody has a say in it as a board, but policies don't get updated in public. that's where they have a policy committee. So they're two very separate things, and the board members here should know that. So in terms of resolution, I agree that we should do this openly based on what Jenna said. I think we're getting there, but we're not fully there yet to pass this resolution or vote on this now. But I do think that whatever's in here, the next step would be to implement that and update the policies that govern all of this.
I think I'm just confused on you clarifying for us the difference between the policy and the resolution, because this isn't a policy. So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you just said. What was that reasoning?
No, I'm just saying that the resolution we can go ahead and talk about, because
As we are?
Right, no, I'm saying, based on what Jenna said, that we all do this, this needs a little bit more work. We just got this last night. I didn't get a chance to read it either.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to discuss this more, but we should discuss it as a full board in public. But then anything else that comes out of it and that will basically need policy updates, that does need to happen within the policy committee.
Yeah, I think we know, I'll know that. I think we all know the
So
policy
no.
committee updates the policy.
Correct, but I'm responding to what Mrs. Bellomo said right now. She specifically said that we are not going to go and take this in hiding, and we're not going to put this in the policy.
Gotcha.
My statement was about this piece, and then anything that is going to impact the policies, that's going to be done by the policy committee, as it has been done for years prior.
I have a little bit of a legal question. I guess Mr. Gross can answer this one, but our policy chairperson is conflicted in some of the topics that would be implemented in a civility policy discussion. So what does that look like if they go into private discussion about a policy that could pertain to a specific situation within the district of implementing a said policy that could involve a conflict? Like, I know Aditi is the chair of policy, and some of these things could be applied to a civility policy in the district, which currently we're dealing with some questioning. No, I know, and it's voted on and discussed. I'm just
And
asking
that
Mr.
wasn't
Gross.
even a question, it was more an accusation right now that you just placed, but.
All right, there was a question posed to our counsel, so I'll let him respond.
How is a policy discussed in private, then brought to the board, handled if there is a conflict in resolving a policy when it comes to a specific situation? Like, how are changes made to 9202 if family members are involved in a possible violation of 9202? Like, at what point do chairpersons recuse themselves from their role?
If there's a conflict, people should recuse themselves. But again, policies don't deal with specific situations.
But
Policies are general in language. Policies have nothing to do with specific instances.
Right, but we're seeing where policies
Well,
aren't
and
being implemented, so we're coming up with resolutions, and then those resolutions are being recommended to change policy to incorporate the resolution.
Well, that's what this
We're
is
just
saying.
dancing around.
That's what this says.
No,
It says that we're sending it says the board's going to go to policy committees to make changes to existing policies.
Okay, so I guess
So
I'm
that's
asking
what it
if
says.
there's a conflict, and the chairperson of
conflict to what?
policy, any resolution to a policy, like an opinion being weighted in changing a policy or not changing a policy because hypothetically or allegedly, someone on that committee is directly involved with the changes being made to said policy.
If you're asking me for a legal opinion, I'm not going to give that to you in public.
Okay.
I think that we had the situation already arise when those that were involved with PTOs were told they couldn't have input on parent organization policies, and then we respected that. So hopefully those same rules would apply to all policies.
I didn't mean to discount telling you that I wouldn't discuss it with you in executive session if you're asking my legal opinion. I didn't want to just sound curt about it, but.
Can you put, okay. Additional comments or feedback on this resolution? I will just say, and thank you, Ms. Mendez. I echo what many people said as far as the amount of work that was put into this and the initiative you took. And we did spend a lot of time talking about this, and I appreciate you, approaching this with open mind, and, we had, good, healthy conversations about it, so thank you about that. And there are lots of things in this that I like. I'm particularly concerned about something Ms. Palomo said, which is, which worries me, because if we agree to this as a board, are we agreeing to it because we mean it, or are we agreeing to it just because it looks good? And that's worrying to me, because it cannot be something we agree to just because it looks good. We've got to be committed to it. And there are so many buzzwords in here that we have to sort of really think about, and if we're going to commit to this. Personal attacks, hate speech, defamatory comments, whether it's online or in person, we've got to be committed as a current board, and the future boards have got to be committed to this, because this is something that, quite frankly, should be, in my opinion, adopted and readopted every reorg meeting, that the board agrees that they're going to continue to sort of live by these guiding principles. So that's just, something that resonates with me. There are also some things in here that concern me, and you and I have had conversations about them. We as a board are responsible for education, right? There are others who are responsible for safety. And we have policies that help us guide us with the safety, but we have to figure out how we balance and who makes the decisions, because as you rightfully know, right, a lot of the decisions in the context of the policies that you've brought up, like decorum, there is no decision-making authority, or in some cases, it rests with the president, but there's no weight to it. There's no enforcement to it. There's nothing that anyone will regret as a result of violating the policy.
Right.
And it's a sad state, unfortunately, that we have to do. And I think that's where, if we go to the back page, that's where I think the resolution where it says, "Be it further resolved," and this is the third one down, or third paragraph down, that the resolution shall guide the development or refinement of policies. Okay, it should be a guiding light to help refine that, and I think it really would help this in the work going forward, and it's going to be work for the next board because of the time of the year. What are those areas that need further development? What are those areas that need further refinement? We get great reports from Strauss-Esme that tells us what we have to mandate changing, but we also need to know where are the hidden problems in our policies.
Yeah, and thank you. And we did have good discussion, Mr. Cohen, around this, and so, and thank you for the feedback that you gave. I would say this, I won't be here, but if I were going to be here, this would be the first step, and starting January, I would attack this and break it apart with the board in
Can we
public.
use a different word?
Yeah, I would take this and break it apart with the board in January. Right after reorg, there's another meeting, and I would break it apart and almost make it like a work strategy plan of how we're going to implement this. I would make sure you have a really strong policy chair, committee chair, who is dedicated to driving the work, putting the work in, scheduling recurring meetings. We used to have them every 2 weeks, 2 hours at a clip, in person, and that you really go forth with these policies, because there are, to your point, you and I talked about a lot of policies that have a very gray area with no actual action or enforcement, and enforcement has to happen and consequences have to happen for policy violations, and I think that needs to happen. So I would definitely take a look at that, because policy is our job and we need more movement on it. And I think this here, I would hit it head on in January and break it apart with the next board you have. There is a lot of work here, but if it's done right and people are actually committed to it, you could have a solid, normal, acting, functioning board that is not an embarrassment that we all bear the shame of today. That's my thought.
I have one question, Mr. Cohen. You had said that we're here for the education of our students, which I think we all agree with, and not for other stuff. So my question to you is, when you work for a company like Verizon, you're there to implement technology to your customers. That doesn't mean that you also don't acknowledge an unsafe workplace, hypothetically, at Verizon, or you don't acknowledge threats, hypothetically, at Verizon. Even though you're implementing technology to your customers, you still need to ensure a safe workplace for your employees. As the board president, I'm just wondering, we had spoken earlier about 300 plus unanswered emails, and we can let that sink in, 300 plus unanswered emails voicing concerns of the community that we all serve. Do you not think that's the role of the Board of Education to address community concerns about safety, security, functionality, and productivity of the board? Is that not something that our bylaws of our board dictate that we should do? Because to my understanding, and if I was in a leadership role, which obviously I'm not, I would take that with the utmost seriousness. So I just have that question for you, what you mean by that.
I answered you earlier on this, and quite frankly, I guess I go back to my comment about this, is that we're talking about this resolution right now. That's where I'm focusing on. So
No
I've
problem, I'll
answered
bring
you.
it back up
And
after
that's it.
this is over.
So the only other thing I'd like to add is, and this is just to the comment to Mr. Ballone's suggested language, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'd have to go back and reread it. But I do think it has some important relevance, and this whole resolution is about guiding, and I think that language sounded as if it had some guiding ideas or thoughts that we shouldn't just completely overlook. And I do think that it may be very relevant language that should have maybe even think about how we incorporate that into our decorum policies, in those types of areas. So I do think that there's value to the language. I don't ever think that language should be minimizing people's rights and positions, and definitely First Amendment rights for speech. But again, it's supposed to be guiding, and sort of in many ways help us to sort of know what we should be speaking about and what we shouldn't be speaking about, and when we should, I hate to use the term, but punt to the superintendent for him to answer the questions rather than us, or to our attorney as we have. But I just think that there's relevance to the language, and it has some value to be either incorporated somewhere here or to be at least looked at within the context of the policy reviews that we're doing.
Understood, and thank you for that. Yeah, I think there's some massaging on that language there. For me, in a resolution I'm proposing, wasn't comfortable with stopping board members from engaging in social media discussions, debate, or commentary related to board business. I don't want anybody attacking each other, and I think there are certain things that absolutely should be deferred to the superintendent 1,000%, but I don't want to say they can never engage online. I'm not comfortable telling people that because that's not my right to do so. That was not the intent here. But there is a social media policy, because I've shared it with the board when I served as president. When we got similar instances, maybe you take a look at that and see how you massage it. But I'm not comfortable telling board members they can't engage. Similar to what Mrs. Seward said Mrs. Carrara was doing. In a positive light, she was trying to share the referendum information. I didn't share any of that, but I saw your commentary and people ask questions because she's on the communications committee, and I'm assuming that's why it was shared. So I don't want to stop people from doing that, but what I want to stop is the attacks. It's not my right to do that.
I just want to add one thing. I know we keep bringing up the referendum, but the role of the board was to be out there and promote the referendum as much as we can to the community, and that's precisely what was being done. But I think this is referencing other things that have been put on social media, which have been accusatory of administration or other board members, and that's the piece that I think we need to definitely put a stop to. So I think, again, what Mr. Ballone recommended, I think if it goes in its entirety, I think it makes perfect sense.
I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable telling people to reach out to Mr. Ballone who thinks he should lose his job. Like, I don't know how you're going to be able to read other people's opinions and then as board members be like, you should reach out to the superintendent on that when it's speaking about him negatively, which I disagree with, for the record, but I don't think that that's the answer, to just deflect and redirect people to the superintendent for every opinion that we might come across on social media. And again, I think the biggest issue is the anonymity option and the fake profiles, because it kind of undoes any type of accountability or consequence if we don't really know who exactly is posting things on social media.
Mr. Ballone, I have a question. So, as you know, it's not a secret. Some of us are heavily involved in the school district community outside of being a board member, have been for over a decade. Are you asking to not, like, 99% of why people feel compelled to get involved is because they feel a part of this district? I have personally 3 young kids. So are you asking for me not to engage with other parents about things that are going on in the school district for a lack, to just funnel everything to you? Because I really resent that, to be honest with you. I think that what brought me here was my love for this district and for the kids and for what I want to see for their future. And even putting that out there into the community that you wouldn't want that seems like a slap in the face to the people that are here because of their involvement in the district and their reputation and their collaboration over a decade or so with the people of this community. Like, I'm here to liaison for my community, to get that feedback, to see and reflect what these people want from their district. So to even propose a shutdown of that communication on something like Facebook or social media, I mean, this is what I do. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I have 3 children. I'm out there in the community. I'm in the school multiple times a week talking to these parents, because that's why I wanted to be here, because I want to take their feedback. I want that community to feel comfortable talking to me so I can bring great ideas of all of them back to you. So to say that we can't speak on social media about things going on in our own children's education seems counterproductive to the mission of why we wanted to do this volunteer role in the first place.
That's not what I'm saying at all. In fact,
that's why I'm asking.
So I'm going to explain it. Your own New Jersey School Boards Association, I took some of that language from their guidance, and to Mr. Cohen's point, it's guidance. I would never want to remove someone's First Amendment rights or even speaking to anyone out in the community. You can do that anywhere, right? What I've witnessed is, when you're speaking to people and you're speaking to your constituents and you're speaking to all of your constituents, that's what this is all about. Social media controls the message, and people are able, from what I understand, they're able to, let's say you own a page, you can accept people or not accept people, you can delete comments or not delete comments if you control the page. So from that standpoint, it's, in my opinion, it's propaganda, because you're controlling certain message. My hope is that the truth, the clear message, absent of criticism from staff, students, board members, anyone in the community, it's free from all of that. This is a guiding principle that New Jersey School Boards has on their website.
Actually, there was just an ethics complaint filed against me that was dismissed, saying that with your disclaimer, these things, no reasonable person would find that unethical, just to make that clear. We are directed by New Jersey School Board to use that disclaimer. I went to 2 legal firms now, and those disclaimers allow me to be a person outside of my board role as it does for everybody else. Death threats, talking about sexual comments, bigot, fascist, all those things. I mean, no reasonable person should be saying them hypothetically. No reasonable person. But I would really not like this in the curriculum for my kid who's in 2nd grade or 5th grade. That's my right as a mom. And if I use my disclaimer and I speak outside of my board role, talking to my, thousands of friends on Facebook or followers on Facebook, I'm just talking as a mom, something I was far before I joined this board and something, God willing, I'll be far after I leave this board. So for you to propose that, every famous athlete wants to play with no criticism. Every, actor wants to perform with no feedback, but that's not reality. And if we're active members of our community who are serving our community and want to see things for our children, I would welcome that with open arms, regardless of the channel in which it comes in. That seems secondary to hearing the feedback of the community, regardless of the channel. Do I think that being called those names or having your life threatened or being talked about sexually should be allowed? Never. Never. Do I think a mom reaching out on Facebook saying, I agree with what you're saying, should be taken away from me or any other person sitting here? Absolutely not. I think that is a far overstep, and I do not believe that anywhere in NJSBA it would say that that should be taken away. Some of the very best board members in this country are moms and dads, and I believe that wholeheartedly, and that was part of my platform for running to serve in this volunteer position, and I would hope it would be many others in our community, and I think we should invite that and not deter it because of the poor choices of some individuals, that are out there.
I think we need to look at the language because nowhere in that language says that your right should be taken away. So I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I don't know if you had any additional comments. So at this point, I guess there's a resolution, and the question is now: are we moving on this resolution? And if it is, are we moving on the resolution as presented, or is there any amendments or changes that you want to propose, or anyone else wants to propose, or we moved on it? No, I don't think we moved on it. She read it.
Yeah.
So
I read it. There was a couple of things you said about like digital spaces being a consistent theme. I have that here, but for Mr. Gross, my question for you is when it's a wording change, I'm just giving hypothetical, a wording change, could we still vote and amend, or it has to be exactly that way to vote?
Depends on what you're moving. Under Robert's rules, if you're going to move a resolution, you move it, you second it. You can have someone make an amendment to that motion, and then you'd have to vote on the amendment first.
The amendment to change the wording to digital spaces across the board.
Right, but nothing's been moved yet, so.
No, I'm asking you the question. Is that what I would have to do?
Yeah, right. In other words, if you wanted to move this right now, changing the words online to on digital spaces, you would just move it with that change.
Okay.
If that's what you want to do.
Yes.
Then you'd get a second, and then we can have a discussion, and other people may want to make other amendments or changes to it.
Thank you.
Ms. Carrero, did you have something?
Well, no, I was talking about the ad hoc committee. I don't know how this works, so I'm just going to be full disclosure about the ad hoc committee. So, and then I'm not ready to make amendments yet. Like, I need to read this, process it. I want to look at the language. So yeah, I don't.
It's frustrating from my perspective, because Val has asked us several times for feedback on this.
It
It's
came at
been a
10:30
developing-
last night.
No,
in the
over
months
the
past.
months, I've asked for feedback. What do you all think? What do you think of
I
wording?
haven't gotten the chance
No,
to.
no, I'm not saying you,
since
I'm saying in
September.
general. Since September, on this whole concept and policy, I'm sorry, not policy, this resolution, the concept, the theories behind it, why it's important. And everybody sat here in the meetings and said, yeah, it's really important. Then every time I've emailed a different version or a version of it, there has been zero feedback. Then we get here, we talk about it again, and then I want more time. Not saying you, I'm just saying in general. So vote no, vote yes, I will amend your wording, but basically the concept, this has been ongoing since September. Not one person has emailed, not one person has shared their thoughts. Nobody, Mr. Cohen, my apologies. We met, you shared your feedback, I incorporated it, thank you. Other than that, haven't heard a word. So we're just going to keep in circles and circles, and then January, and then February, and then March. New board, now let's get them on board. Then vote no. I would like to, I'm going to amend my motion. I would like to amend the resolution with the wording digital spaces and take out.
In number one.
In number one, to Mr. Lalanski's point, so that it reads digital spaces across the board, not just online. Right, was that your request, Michael? There was two different things. It said online, and then it said digital spaces. My amended resolution will have the word digital spaces replacing online throughout. I so move.
Okay. Need a second.
Second. Mr. Lalanski? All in favor? Any discussions on that change? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
What are we voting on?
We're just voting on her change to a language. We haven't
Oh, no,
even
no.
moved it yet.
No, we don't.
We haven't even moved this yet.
No, she just moved it. That's what she just did.
No, but she moved.
No, she moved.
Hold it.
Let's be clear.
Let's be clear.
She moved the
Right.
resolution.
Are you moving the resolution, or you move to change the words?
I move to change the words.
Right.
We all have to vote on
But we have
changing
to
the
vote-
words.
Before we can change the
No, no.
words, we have to vote, we have to move the resolution.
Hold on. Let me.
Go ahead.
I think what Ms. Mendez said was, as been distributed, she is moving, as this is being distributed, with the single change of on digital spaces under
Correct.
number one. She's moving this with that singular change. Mr. Lalanski then seconded this resolution with that singular change.
Yes.
Now we have questions and comments on the motion, on the second of the motion, with that singular change. That's where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Now, for Ms. Carrero's purposes, she has options, which is she can either vote no to the motion.
Of course. Or
She
make
can
amendments to the
You can make a
motion.
motion to amend what was here,
Of course.
or you could also motion to table it.
It's true, too.
Right?
Yes.
Those are your options.
What about the ad hoc? Would
That would be a motion.
Committee of the whole?
You can motion to table it, or.
Okay, so then, okay.
So that there's an ad hoc committee to further
Gotcha.
discuss this, as I understood it.
Correct. Under Robert's rules, she has a right to motion to table this motion.
And then we have to address your motion before we vote on the motion that Ms. Mendez put forward.
Depending on how that motion to table results.
Okay. Any discussions on
Wait,
the,
so did you make a motion? I'm sorry.
we didn't
Okay.
get to that
All
point
right.
yet.
Okay. Not under, if she's making a motion to table, right now we're in
Can I
questions and
just
comments on the motion.
Say
and the
one
second.
thing on the motions for motions, just real quick. I just want to say on here, this is not, what I did was make it more broad, which is what I said, so that you're not living to the letter of each single word, but that there's action at the end, and basically that everybody will commit to civility, safety, and board decorum. The ad hocs, the how we discuss it, the implementation comes after. This is just, do you agree with the approach of we are going to treat each other with respect and kindness and community members? Yeah, I said let's vote.
So let's move forward with the next step.
I was
The
just
motion
making
was
sure
already
that
made.
we were done with the discussions
Right,
so that we can begin to move forward with the vote.
right, but
Is there any other discussions? No. Mr. Caravello, can you take a roll call?
I'm sorry.
Hold up.
Your mic.
Do we vote, or do we, if anybody wants to make a motion to table it, that happens before we go to vote? That's what I'm a little confused about now.
Anybody can make a motion to table when the motion is on the table. Right now, the motion is on the table.
Right, so someone can make a motion to table it, right now, not go to vote, but you
Right.
can actually make a motion to
Correct.
table it, okay.
That stops the motion that's
That
on the
stops
table.
motion, and then we have to
vote on the motion to
vote on
table
that
first.
table.
If it passes.
And then nothing will be done.
So
That's what she
If,
said. That's what
if,
she's confused.
all right, so we'll explain it.
Take a
There is
shot
a
every time you
motion
get
on the
motion.
table right now, as amended, to vote on, which is this document. All right? The discussions are closing, except before we go to vote, if someone has another motion they would like to make on how to handle this, they have the right to be able to make a motion to table it, all right? And then we have to vote on the tabling. If that fails, then we go back to voting on the motion that's before us.
We're not at the discussion part yet, and your mic's not on. So let Jenna motion to table, because she is. Let Aditi second it. You vote yes, they'll vote yes, he'll vote yes, and then the rest of us will vote no,
I'll
and then we
say it.
move on.
Yeah, I want to motion.
Because then we're going to sit here for another 3 months. I'm mocking it? We've been talking about
Okay,
safety and
no, no,
civility.
let's-
Hold on,
let's-
please, one
let's-
second,
let's-
because I'm not mocking it. I don't know, you all vote the way you want. We're going to sit here, and you know what's going to happen? We're going to be in April, and you're going to have done nothing with
That you
it,
have a civility policy on the table that you want us to vote on.
and you're going to vote
And then
no,
you
so why are
sit
we
there-
talking?
No,
Okay.
nobody's voting no on it, and we made that very clear.
Go ahead,
But
Ms. Carraro,
it's funny
put your
how you're
table
sitting
out.
there
Vote
and
yes,
mocking it.
yes.
Don't mock,
yes to
we
you.
all have a
It's
right
just
to
table
vote
it
the
to
way
the
we
person who
think
made
we
it.
need
It's
to
not
vote.
anymore.
It's not a mock, it's fact. Let's
100%
see,
it was
let's
a
see
mock.
how the vote plays out. Am I wrong?
100%.
I'm wrong? Let's see how it plays out. Yes, yes.
Can we stop?
Yes.
Can we stop?
Can we please be civil?
I've explained myself.
I'm being
As we
civil.
discuss civility,
I
right?
honestly, as part of the conversation, I don't understand.
Don't worry, Kerry's going to say the same thing. I'm off, she's coming on. You're not going to get anything different here.
You wrote yes.
Table, Jenna.
If Valentina, we've been visiting this for quite some time. Valentina, when did you start this?
September.
And now we're in
Did we
December.
ever get a motion to table?
What we're going to be pushing it to is when the person who for 4 months has been working on this, for 4 months, where we could have given
Did you get a
feedback,
motion to table?
is no longer here, then,
Right.
like, tabling it is a no vote. Tabling it is a no vote to rewrite it how
Until the next meeting.
other
Right.
people would like to
But
hypothetically
you know what?
see it.
Let me see, am I a fortune teller?
No, go ahead.
Drum roll, let's
Yeah.
see how it rolls out. Please, table the motion.
Let's try to keep to our civility approach.
I'm being civil.
We agreed to.
We don't keep.
I am
We agree with-
predicting what will happen in about 30 seconds from
I'm
now.
sorry, we agree with respectful discourse.
I'm being respectful. I'm being a fortune teller. Go ahead, please, table.
I just want my plaque. It's 11 o'clock. We've been talking about this for an hour. I think what Val is trying to say, correct me if I'm wrong, is let's just move on with action.
That's it, let's vote. Table, and then vote.
Just,
And let's see, prediction, 30 seconds from now, let's go.
I think I've made some really good explanations and rationale behind, you can make fun of me all you want, but I
Not
would
making
like to
fun,
have
I'm
input.
making a
Jen, I
prediction.
think we
I
all
motion
have.
to table.
Okay, we have a motion to table.
Motion to table.
I will
Have a
second
second.
that.
There's a second.
Ms. Gandhi,
Yep.
that's a second.
You want to just go to a vote to motion to table?
Yeah, let's vote, drum roll. Yes, yes, no, 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 no. Go
Okay,
ahead.
motion to table.
This is to table the motion.
To table the
I'm not
resolution.
pathetic, you are going to do nothing with
Resolution,
it.
the motion, yes.
It's not true.
Okay.
This is to table the motion for the resolution that was proposed by Mrs. Mendez. Mr. Hyatt?
Yes. Last night, it's totally different than what you had sent before. I would like you to
gotta-
respect.
Mr. Hyatt, can you get closer to the mic?
I got this at 10:30 last night. I was in bed. I didn't have a chance to view this today. I agree with the spirit of this in totality. We need more civility. We need more respect. Jenna's asking for more time to absorb this. Sue's asking for more time to absorb this. I would like the same. We'll carry this through. Why would I not carry through civility and respect? So I just don't like being accused of trying to undermine something from a document that I got at 10:30 at night last night. Table it.
Thank you, Chloe.
No.
Mrs. Mendez?
No.
Dr. Niskowitz?
Yes to table it.
Mrs. Seward?
No.
Mrs. Palomo?
I am absolutely petrified that when you are no longer here, this resolution will strategically look completely different, in my opinion, than what it looks like with you, who has the sincerity, experience, and knowledge to actually try, both professionally and in your role as a Board of Education member. We've had 4 months to read this over. While I believe that it is a little bit of wishful thinking, I appreciate the spirit, and I would have absolutely voted yes to this policy without the additions of Mr. Balone. And I think that this is every vote here that to table this motion should be considered by our community as a no vote for a commitment to civility. And I vote no to table this motion.
Mrs. Carrero?
Well, all the assumptions being made, I want to table this because I want to process and I want to motion for the ad hoc. I think I've explained it really well. So you make all the speculation and assumptions you want. We'll carry this through. So I'm going to vote yes to tabling it.
Mrs. Gandhi?
I'm going to echo what Jenna said, and it's true. We should be looking at this policy together. Sorry, you said a policy too. Calm down. Danielle, you just said a policy as well. Calm down, okay? We need to focus on civility 1,000% on this board, but we don't need to rush anything. Reading this, the first resolution that we got and this resolution are two very different resolutions. We need time to review it, digest it, and talk about this openly in front of the community to come up with a proper resolution. And I think for that reason, I'm going to vote to table it. And again, I really want to implement the language that Mr. Balone provided because I think that is absolutely necessary to be part of this resolution for it to work. So I'm voting yes to table it.
Okay, and Mr. Cohen?
Ms. Mendez, I'm going to offer you my comments because I think that I'm going to give you the respect that it deserves. I am going to say that a resolution like this requires commitment, and I have enormous reservation that this current board doesn't have that commitment, and that really worries me. And I want to be optimistic that with the new board coming in and Ms. Jankowski, who's been sitting in this audience listening to this, as she comes onto this board, that there's a renewed faith in the commitment to this, to get this done, because I don't think this is going to happen unless there is commitment. And you and I have had this conversation numerous of times, and as a result of that, I'm going to actually vote to table this because I think the new board needs to have their weight into this and be involved in it.
And I am the mind reader. And I just want to say two things, and I'm going to say something because
I'm sorry.
It's not directed to you, Mr. Cohen, so I want to say this with respect.
That comment is exactly why I think this board needs to be.
I'm going to tell you something.
Valentina is not the problem.
I'm going to say right now, if you're saying me leaving this board is going to implement this, we are living in a fantasy world because I'm the one who wrote it. I sat there with respect for the board for years. I want to just tell you one thing and then I'm done here because my time is over, and I'm going to just say because I put a lot of time and effort into it. A, I wasn't mocking. Did I not predict the votes? B, this has been talked about for 4 months. Never once have one of you emailed me or given me any of your thoughts. I'd love to weigh in. Yeah, let me tell you what my proposed language is. Never happened. Now, miraculously, come January, when 2 board members who are sitting here for civility leave, you think miraculously some unknown board member who's going to come up, or Mrs. Goldberg, whoever it might be, and Ms. Jankowski, miraculously, this will be in place and all the policies will be resolved. No, I wasn't mocking a soul. I haven't heard from you in 4 months. 4 months. So you could whisper to her all you want. I'm going to let you know right now, I guarantee nothing happens with this. We're still going to be talking about it and swirling and making ad hoc committees. You can't commit to respectful dialogue with each other. I'm the problem. You're nuts. Good luck. I'm out of here.
Any other old business? New business?
I'm sorry, I have old business. I
Yes.
wasn't prepared for you to move on so quickly. I just want to know where we stand with the sexual harassment training.
I reached out to our, the New Jersey School Board Association. They were investigating some of the services that they provide, and the response back that they gave to me was they have put their program on hold because of the Federal Department of Education's current indication that they may be making significant changes to Title IX. So their program is on hold until they figure out what the changes are. But that doesn't mean I am not committed to looking at the other resources that you had recommended. I just have not had the time to. I know we committed to 60 days, and I'm still committed to that
Yeah, we're
within the
about
60
halfway
days.
there. I just want to make sure that
I'm
doesn't
still
slip through the
committed to it.
cracks. Thanks so much.
I have old business.
Actually, I would say we're committed to it because the resolution was for both of us.
Thank you.
I have old business. I would like to address the 300-plus emails that were sent to this board about enacting civility policy and why they remain unanswered by board and administrative leadership. Mr. Cohen, that question was directed to you.
Again, I will answer the question with the statement is, I don't need to respond to you
But
on
you do because
the
you're
context
representative of
what
this
emails
entire
we
board.
receive. I'm sorry.
So
I'm
300
respectful
emails.
to you. I am respectful to you when you speak. I ask that you please show the same courtesy to me.
I always show respect.
Okay. We're going to move on because I'm done with,
I'm
I'm
not
done
gonna
with,
mo-
I'm
I'm
done
not
with the
gonna move on.
discussion on that.
Mr.
I've
Cohen,
answered you before.
respectfully, you have
I've an-
not answered me. Your answer is that you're not going to answer me.
That's my
But we
answer.
are members of a board, and our board was addressed, and it is up to our board leadership to answer those emails.
Those emails were sent to the full board.
But you are our president.
Those emails were sent to the full board. Everyone received them.
The president
The
is in
vast
control of the communications.
the vast-
You have received emails about other concerns, and you said this email needs to be answered immediately. Is your process to not answer 300-plus concerned community members? Is that your process?
Excuse me, again.
I'm
not-
just asking a question.
I'm
Mr.
answering
Cohen.
the
Shouldn't
question.
be this contentious.
I've answered the question, and we're
But
going
you
to move
haven't.
forward.
Your
I
your
have
answer
an-
is that you're not going to answer the question.
We're going to move on now.
But
Thank
Mr.
you.
Cohen, I'm a member of this board. You don't get to
We're
just...
moving on with old
Just
business.
because you don't like the question,
Is
you don't
there-
get to slam your gavel
is
because you
there
don't like
any
the question.
other old business?
Mr. Cohen, you don't get to slam a gavel because you don't like a question.
You have not accepted.
300 community members emailed you. 300 of our community members emailed you a question, several questions, multiple questions, different questions.
Can you just
and
wait
you've
for one
chosen
second? What
to
community
not
members? That's why I'm
answer the
confused.
emails.
Because it just
I
was
want
signed
to
by
know
a person's
why.
name. How does
I'm
anyone
speaking
know
and
their
she's
community
speaking as
members?
well.
I don't understand.
I'm speaking and
I'm
she's
giving the
speaking
same
as well.
respect that you're giving Mr. Cohen.
I'm speaking and
So
she's
to
speaking as
determine
well.
that they were all community
This is
members,
wild.
how do we
This
sit there
is
and determine they were all community
For
members?
anybody watching,
And
this
Mr.
is
Cohen, I have a
wild.
question. Did on October 14th, that question of policy 9202 being implemented was answered by our attorney, yes or no? Right? Right, okay. So I think, so those emails basically address that same thing that was already
In the
answered.
spirit of
public meeting.
transparency, I'm going to sit here and read 300-plus emails because it is my responsibility as a board member to make the community aware of the concerns that we are seeing from our community. So I hope everybody's comfortable. I will read 300-plus emails now that our board president decided not to address. So
Mr. Coleman,
here we go.
how is this anything related to students, education, and what we need to do? This entire meeting, again, the beginning of the meeting was incredible. We recognize our teachers, we recognize our students and all the stuff that they did. So here we are talking about social media and all the
board
stuff that has
members.
nothing to do with our schools. So
I'm not allowed to read
wait,
emails from
wait.
our community
Please-
members.
Please don't motion.
how are they community members?
the meeting.
Who is verifying their community members? That's what I want to understand.
Ladies, can I please just follow up with an actual request that I had concerning emails and the process in which the board receives emails?
We have to close, we have to move on with old business and move to your new
I
business.
still want to.
No, it is old business. I
If we're
emailed
not
you.
going to, if we're not going to address
Technically,
our
it is.
community members, I am going to sit here and read 300-plus emails that came in from our community. You can.
Who has checked? Who has checked their community members? Their emails. How do we know they're all community members?
There's 300-plus of them from people I know. I'm an active member of the community, and I know a lot of the community members. So I'll read the ones from our community members. There's hundreds.
Okay, while you look those up, I had emailed Mr. Ballone.
I'm reading them because they weren't responded, so our community should know the concerns of 300-plus constituents that we serve, since our board president is failing to address, respond, or take me as a board member. All of us were elected here, including you, Mr. Cohen. We were all elected. Our voices all matter. You don't get to slam a gavel over me because you don't like the question. That's not the way a board works.
Don't we have
Maybe we
executive
discuss an
session?
executive? Perfect, then we'll have majority in executive session.
No, we don't have a board quorum.
No, we have 5.
You have 5 people.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good night.
Good night.
Make your motions.
Good night.
Motion to adjourn.
No, there's...
How do we just say
this is-
good night?
This is a great...
Are we going to executive session? Because if we're not,
Before we leave executive session, I'm going to, executive session.
So we're going, hold on,
We
hold
have
on.
second public comment. We have an executive session for attorney-client privilege.
And
Our
I just
board
want to
president
make the
is walking out.
community aware, the reason they're leaving is because Mr. Cohen will not answer why he refused to answer
Then our attorney
300
acts in that way.
constituents.
I'm sorry to say, Mr. Cohen, but they're in executive session. We were supposed to discuss a legal matter that had to be addressed that you agreed that we were addressing. Are you saying now?
You know what? Let's do it publicly.
Okay, then I will read it publicly.
Let's do it
And since I'm off this board, the emails that I have sent to you and Mr. Gross and Mr. Ballone and the meeting that we had. You want to do that and silence me? I am going public with everything I said. How dare you try to silence us for safety and security, and now we're ignoring it because these two want to walk out?
I am not trying to silence
Then,
you at all.
please, you are the
I am
president.
asking for board decorum.
I have decorum. I'm waiting for executive session.
I
You
am
ask for
asking
decorum
board
when you're
decorum
slamming a gavel over
to
me
respect-
because
You know
you don't
what?
want to
to
answer the
respect
question that I'm
this
asking you.
meeting.
Okay,
And
I'm
that's not
respecting it.
happening.
I'm telling you right now, if we don't go to executive session, as was promised to me and Mrs. Seward and Mr. Lolansky, there is a bigger problem that I will be taking to the county superintendent.
As will
And I'm
I.
telling you right now, do not try to silence me in this safety. You promised
will
executive
I.
session. There are 5 people, Mr. Cohen.
I am
I expect
happy-
you as the leader to be
I
here
am
and go
having
in
a motion to
executive.
go into executive session now.
I just don't
No,
understand
we
what
have
kind
public
of board runs.
comment. How are you gonna silence our
where our
community?
president won't answer why he refuses to answer 300 community members on a subject. I don't understand what kind of board this is. Why can't that is a very
You know
simple
what?
question.
Just, we've
Why
made
can't
it
you
clear, it's
answer?
not going to be answered. That's
It's not going
clear.
to be answered, and
It's
that's
not going to be
fair.
answered.
We're a board. We should
Motion to
listen our
go into
constituents.
executive session.
I would like the public to have an opportunity to make their comments.
I want
After we
to,
come back.
I will pause this because there is something here that deserves the respect of our community for, and
Okay.
this board is full of disrespect.
I'm not-
There's no civility. It's never going to happen.
Danielle,
So
can
I'm
I
going to move
please
on.
just respectfully ask for 60 seconds, please?
To
just thank my community for allowing me to
Yes,
serve
that's what
them.
I didn't do.
I just want to take a moment. I've sat up here for 3 years. My outgoing board ceremony, for lack of a better word, is going to be completely abruptly interrupted. So I just want to take a moment to thank my community for their support over the last 3 years. I really can't put into words how many people have come up to me at sporting events and at church and just out in the grocery stores or in my chair as my clients and my family and my friends and people that I have met along the way, those of which I just watched fight for their life. I just don't want to take for granted that this experience has brought really wonderful people into my life. For every bad seed, I was able to meet a dozen good ones. So I just want to thank Mr. Ballone, because he's been with me for my entire journey in a few different capacities. So I just want to thank him for always being open to discussion and hearing my feedback and respecting my opinion as a board member and as a mom. Vinny, good luck in your future endeavors. I really, it's bittersweet to see you go, but in order to grow, sometimes you just need a bigger pot. Michael Lewansky and Valentina, my running mates, thank you for always believing in me and backing up my speaking from the heart, off the cuff personality. Danielle, good luck to you the next couple of years. I know that you'll do great things. And Mr. Gross, I hope that you fulfill your manifestation of being able to retire from this town you call home. Thank you so much for the work that you've done. It's been a pleasure to be counseled by you, and I really value and respect your opinion. Brian, I even think that there have been times over the last year and a half that you and I have admitted to maybe seeing each other in a different light. And I just want to respect those moments of humanity where I saw a glimmer in you and you saw a glimmer in me that maybe for a moment we would have been able to work together. So I just wish that this had a different outcome tonight, because I was really looking forward to ending this on a high note. But I just want to say thank you to this district, and I cannot wait to go back to being just a regular football mom. Thank you all so much.
And I just had, thank you, and I had a couple of notes. Aside from how the meeting went, I was horrible, but I can't let that be my final words for 3 years. So I just want to say tonight marks my final meeting as a member of the Board of Education, and I do leave with a full heart. The journey has been challenging, eye-opening, and incredibly rewarding, and I have learned more than I ever imagined, formed meaningful relationships, and grown in ways I didn't expect. It was extremely hard at times, but I wouldn't change my time here. While there are circumstances I wish had been different, I would never change the opportunity to serve this community. I am deeply grateful to the board members who stood with me and to those with whom I stood shoulder to shoulder with, including our community members, especially as we advocated for parental rights, age-appropriate materials, and transparency for families. Thank you to our administration and to the incredible staff across this district. Your dedication, professionalism, and care for our students does not go unnoticed. At the end of the day, this work has always been about the kids, and I do hope that that never gets lost. I wish this board great success in the year ahead and in the years to come. My hope is that you find your way forward together, working as a unified team, always with our students and community at the center. And I am grateful to have served this community, and I am so grateful for all of you. So best of luck to everyone. And I just want to say, Mr. Cohen, I even meant that to you. We had a lot of healthy discourse, but we were able to talk through a lot of that. And so I do hope that next year this board can really do better than it's doing now.
And I have some comments that I would like to say. Valentina and Annette, when you make a decision to run for public office, you make a decision to stand up and advocate for what you believe in. You don't always necessarily know what that will be. It takes a strong person, a unique person, to decide that that's how they want to spend their time, and I thank you both for being that. Tonight, I want to take a moment to recognize and sincerely thank you. Valentina and Annette have been true pillars of this board. They consistently upheld parental rights and deeply valued the involvement of the entire family in a child's education. That perspective matters, and they never lost sight of it. I want to specifically thank Valentina for her exceptional work on policy. When I had the opportunity to work with Val on policy, her attention to detail and her commitment to ensuring our policies reflected all students and families was second to none. Her leadership on the policy committee last year was invaluable. Under her guidance, many policies were thoughtfully reviewed and passed, helping to make Marlboro a stronger, better functioning district. Her leadership on that committee was truly missed this year, but her work on the committee is really appreciated. I would like to thank Annette for her dedication to curriculum and last year to communications. Annette was innovative and consistently brought fresh ideas to the table on how to better involve our community. She worked tirelessly to ensure our curriculum was both appropriate and accelerated for our students. always keeping their best interests at the center of her every decision. I want to thank you both from the bottom of my heart for bringing a real mother's voice to this board. You looked at every issue through the eyes of a parent and made decisions for every child in Marlboro with the same love, care, and intention that you give to your own children. You will truly be missed, and Marlboro is better because of your service. So thank you both.
Thank you so much, Danielle.
Mr. Lalansky.
Danielle, I'm going to echo your words because I was going to say pretty much the same thing you said about your work in communications and your dedication to the board, Annette and Val. I mean, I told you this before. I only met one other person in all the years I've been on the board that could name policies by numbers and knows them by heart and lives and breathes policy the way that you do. So, and that's not easy. You see how many policies we have. So thank you both of you for your work on the board. Really much appreciated, and your work on policy is unmatched, Val. So
Thank you,
we'll
Michael.
miss.
Thank you.
I'll wrap up with some comments as far as Ms. Seward, Annette. I have admired your conviction and your commitment and the clarity that you have spoken about on so many different topics. You've always been straightforward with your views and your points, and I appreciated the honesty. And I knew that if I spoke with you about something, what I heard and what I got was truly how you felt. Whether I agree with it or not, and that's where respectful discourse comes in. And I appreciate your comments about the glimmer. I would say I do see, as much as we sort of sometimes are on different sides, I personally like you as a person, as a board member, and what you have done for this community in fighting hard for what you've done. And those are things that you can look back on and be proud of, and you should be. So, Val, you and I had conversations last year, this year. I appreciated your counsel and your guidance as I moved into this seat. The one piece of advice I did not listen to was don't take the seat, because you told me it's just not a pretty space. And it's not. And, you know, you have been on this board in many different seats. You've sat in the vice president role, the president role. You've been a board member. You've been on different committees. So you've seen quite a bit. And your experience and your knowledge and your commitment to the board has been incredibly appreciated and grateful in this district. And the community should be very grateful for it. I will say that, you know, we talk a lot about respectful discourse, and we did have respectful disagreement and respectful debate. But at the end of the day, what was most important was always we found a way to agree. And maybe we didn't tonight, but we always found a way to agree. And again, I respect where you come from and what your where your values and where your passions are for. And, you know, I appreciate that perspective because I think it makes me, being aware of it, a better person in the seat that I have to sit in for the next 2 years. So I just want to mention that we do have two very nice plaques. They're beautiful plaques, actually, for Annette and for Val. And both of them say, Ms. Valentina Mendez, in grateful recognition of your dedication and integrity while honorably serving the Marlboro Township School Board, School District, and it's dated January 3rd, 2023 to January 6th, 2026, so you're not gone yet. And it recognizes you as board president from 2024 to 2025. And Ms. Seward Annette, it says presented to Ms. Annette Seward, in grateful recognition of your dedication and integrity while honorably serving the Marlboro Township School District, and it's again dated January 3rd, 2023 to January 6th, 2026. So you're not done yet either. So let me just bring these over to you and give these to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
We are at a space in our agenda for public comments. Did you have a list? Okay.
That's like a lot of restraint to listen. This is a complete circus, and it's disgusting. Oh, I'm sorry. Aldo Petruno, Morganville, New Jersey. Let's just start. Mr. Cohen, congratulations. I think you are officially the worst president this board has ever seen. I didn't think it could get any more ironic tonight than Mr. Ballone giving his Unity Day speech, but you presenting Val and Annette their plaques did just top that, so good for you. I think everybody needs to realize that while it seems like the Twilight Zone, dude, I have so much written here, like from what you guys were just talking. I can't even read it because, like, you guys are so off target that, like, you can't even fit, like, you know how you fix it? Chad and Aditi gotta go. Like, that's how you fix it, because you're talking about civility, leaders, unity, respect. Well, they're talking, you know, you got text messages saying this bitch needs to die, and you're talking about my friend, and my friend's safety is at stake, and you're playing games with, like, trying to leave when you're the board president? Come on, man. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, you guys all look like a joke, and I'm sorry. Like, that's fine. You can shrug your shoulders, but at the end of the day, it's my friend. It's my friend who's got the threat on her, right? So that's fine. I understand. You don't need to worry about it. I do, okay? And Ms. Gandhi, like, I don't understand. What is so hard? Like, how has nobody issued an apology to this lady? It's been 3 months. Like, how have neither of you apologized? Chad, I mean, come on, dude. Give me something. You're just going to sit there and look? Like, apologize to her. You're the board vice president? You're in a group chat called This Bitch Needs to Die, and you say nothing? Come on. All right, that's it. We got to roll the eyes. There's the big, all right, man. Vice President of the Year right there. I'm done. You guys have a great Happy New Year. Well, I really hope you retire.
Since I was addressed, I'm going to respond. 2 things. Oh, we can end public comment.
Ashley McCormack, 16 Riley Road. Mr. Ballone or Mr. Cohen, is there any update on a person to fill in the business administrator's position?
I'm sorry.
I didn't see anything on the agenda.
I'm sorry, can you just say it again? I didn't hear.
Replacing the business administrator, is there like, has this moved in any direction? I assumed that we would have somebody on the agenda this month. And then I just, obviously, I don't want to say too much because I'm going to get emotional, but I just wanted to thank Ms. Mendez and Ms. Seward, and I had a whole thing written, but I can't read it. So thank you so much for your dedication and time. And then, last but not least, I'm not speaking on behalf of all PTOs in the district, but it was we were under the impression that the donation that you received, Mr. Ballone, of all of the odds and ends and give-backs and things to play with and stuff that Dana Verga brought to the Board of Ed office was from a lot of the PTOs in the district. It was used, all the money that we used last year. It was all the leftover stuff, things that weren't used. So I just want to let you know, I don't know if you knew that it was from everybody or not, but I can reach out tomorrow and clarify, but just to put that on record. That's it, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Jankowski, Morganville. First, I just wanted to say to Val and Annette that your 3 years served here have been amazing and strong and powerful. And I just think that you contributed so much to this community that we deeply thank you for all the positive changes you've made and growth that we have seen. So thank you so much for 3 years of hard service. I have firsthand watched it, the late hours, the hard work put into it. So I, as a community member and as someone who has a small child still in this district, I thank you immensely. And as we have talked about, doors are opening for you that you're walking through that are meant to be, so blessings upon that. I just wanted to touch base since you mentioned waiting to talk about the resolution until the new board comes in. That would be me. So the new board coming in, for example, has no social media at all. So you've got the wrong one here to make a policy on that because, I mean, Dr. Miskowitz wanted a shorter policy. Mine would be like post with caution, hard stop. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure. I mean, in the small 2 months that I've had social media for my campaigning, I was called a bigot, I was called non-inclusive, I was called a racist, and I have no idea why. When I was running with my running mate, there were comments of, I would never vote for them, please see me for further details, call me on the side as a board member. I have no idea. So I think that, Mr. Cohen, you touched upon it. It's not so much the resolution, it's enforcing it. So your new board member is going to want to know how that's being enforced. So for example, I don't know, Mr. Gross, is the disclaimer a get out of jail free card? I personally don't understand that. We're putting disclaimers and now we're mocking the disclaimer. The disclaimer has become a joke. This like, oh, I am posting for me, myself, and I, only the three, like bizarre stuff. So we're making a joke of a legal disclaimer, and then we're resting on that disclaimer in all seriousness. Mr. Malone, I don't know if you have to talk to your teachers about, I'm sure they have to sign off on a policy about social media and that they won't misrepresent their district. So if you're sitting up here as a board representing children and staff, and you're going to have your staff members go in and be questioned about their social media, why shouldn't you? I don't understand that. So however you question your teachers, that's how your board members should be questioned. There is a clear statement. I was talking as a mom. I think that's pretty easy to clearly see. But when you're a board member calling somebody a bigot and a racist, and I'm talking about me, things said about me with absolutely no evidence, I have no social media footprint. So how dare you? How would you handle that? There has to be enforcement. And the lines are blurred. So we're talking about, for example, Ms. Carraro posting and getting a referendum passed as a private citizen, but then we're giving her accolades as a board member for getting it passed. That's a blurred line right there. That's a blurred line. Were you posting as a private citizen, or are you commending her as a board member for getting a referendum passed because you were supposed to take a front row? Then that should have been done on a Facebook website for the Board of Ed. So I'm just saying there has to be some questions answered, and that disclaimer is not a get out of jail free card.
Anyone else? Seeing no others, we'll motion to close public comments. Ms. Carrero, second. Mr. Lewanski, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Public comment is closed. I think no? Okay. So what, you wanted to respond to the question on the BA. Go ahead.
Mrs. McCormack, we are still in the process. Should be...
This is in refer to your question about the
for the
BA.
BA. Yeah, we're still in the search process, and we should be wrapping that up shortly.
Ms. Carrero?
No, I just want to address Ms. Jankowski. There is only one board member here that has complimented me on the referendum. However, I have personal stake in Robertsville. My children go there. I think as any mom, you would promote it. Yeah. But there was only one person, and Mrs. Seward is the only one that has said that I've done a good job with the referendum. Others have not mentioned any comment, and I was not doing that as a board member. I had personal stake with kids. And I know that. But they can't speak to me as a mother up here?
Okay, we can't do this. I mean, you
Oh,
guys,
sorry.
because it's,
But in this same vein, I do agree with beefing up the communication from the board. I think having an official Board of Ed Facebook page was helpful in sharing information, updates about the meeting, sharing updates to the calendar, like things like that, that I just think that the community was used to a certain level of communication, and it kind of came to a screeching halt this year. So I understand sometimes saying nothing implements nothing, but also sometimes silence is louder than a statement. So maybe moving forward, Mr. Ballone, Mr. Cohen, whoever is board leadership next year, we could just consider communicating with the parents, sending out an email, standing up against hate, condemning certain behavior. I know that even if it's a blanketed statement, it would have felt really nice to know that our district stood for something. We heard not a lot from the board this year as far as public outreach, public communication, emails. Obviously, I'm a little salty about the coffee chats coming to an end, but it almost is if, and I know Mr. Ballone, you agreed with this sentiment, we get about a meeting a month, and between those meetings, a lot takes place on social media. So tonight, tomorrow, in the days that follow, there'll be discussions of things that happen here tonight. Those discussions will grow, misinformation will spread, comments will be made, and then at the January 6th meeting, you come in with this mission to defend what was said on social media, and then it just festers even more because now resentment is growing and pettiness and grudges, and I think that's where like the toxicity is festering because we don't have communication. It's not like we're saying, hey, we see what's going on social media. We just want to let the community know we stand up against all forms of harassment, intimidation, and bullying. There was none.
I have a question about that. I agree with everything. So we have community members that come here to the board meeting, and then they put on Ray-Ban sunglasses to record board members. They point to the phone like that. That's intimidation. Yep, it just happened to me right now with a community member. What about a friend of yours that is the VP of Robertsville PTO, Ashley McCormick, who recorded me at the board meeting last month and then put it on NJ Project?
This is a public space.
I'm so confused
getting-
because
we're
you
getting
recorded
in-
me.
What I'm saying,
And you dangled that video in front of my face.
When you attacked me, you mean?
I
That
wasn't-
one, yes, you're
it
right.
wasn't
I do
when I
have
was
that video.
attacking you.
But I'm talking
All
about,
right, Aditi.
I'm talking about intimidation of
We
board
were-
members, right?
we
You're
were
gaslighting.
specific-
Aditi,
These-
with all due respect, I don't
discussions-
think you can be
Hold
talking
on.
about people
These
intimidating
discussion-
board members
Hold on
with
a
all
second.
due
Hold on a
respect.
second.
This-
Definitely,
Please-
neither can you.
Please, give me just a chance to respond to Ms. Gandhi, please. I am trying to go down the proper channels to have a situation handled that happened to me privately with our attorney in executive session. This is not something that I wanted to discuss publicly because I am trying to protect my family from hearing things about their mom that would probably potentially be upsetting to them. I need you to focus on the 9 people at this table currently who are trying to do better. I'm just asking that communication be more clear from the board. I'm not talking about my friend or
I
your
agree.
friend or you. I'm
You're right.
talking
You're
about
right.
board
Okay.
members and
I
board
agree
leadership.
with you. And I agree with that sentiment. I think we should do that. I know that we're putting something in the township newsletter, but I don't disagree that we need to have a little bit more communication. So I'm not disagreeing with you on
The
that.
year has just concluded with new leadership on communications, and the board has not communicated.
Yes, I agree. I actually would, I have something.
It's not my opinion.
I want to piggyback off of that because it's such a valid point. And I think Jenna is a great example of the communication and what it should look like with the referendum. Because here's the thing. The board as a whole should be communicating facts and information. That's all we should be communicating. Our opinions individually should not influence a voter directly. We should not be telling you, the citizens, how to vote. You should be making those decisions yourself. It's our rights as an American citizen to choose how we vote, not be told how we vote by our elected officials. Now, as a mom, if that's something she's passionate about, she should be passionate, and she should use her disclaimer, and she should tell everybody she knows what she is passionate about. I love that. I tell everybody what I'm passionate about as a mom. From our board communication, we should be relaying facts and information. And as board leadership, when things are sent to one board, our leaders should be responding to the community that we serve. So I love the idea of beefing up our communication with facts, with those awesome pictures that Vinny showed, with all the ideas that we brainstormed last year to make this network that we want to see. And even though there's mixed opinions on referendums and this and that, present the facts. And then as moms, parents, community members, taxpayers, whatever it is, we should be able to use our disclaimer appropriately. I've never changed a disclaimer. I keep it in its legal form because I believe in the freedom to be who I am while also serving on this board. I think that's what makes a healthy board, is being able to convey your own opinions while sharing facts and information from the board as a whole.
Yeah, just to close, I just want to make it public and let my board members know that I did email board leadership and Mr. Ballone when I stumbled upon the process that Colts Neck has when emailing the board. You have to enter a JOT form. And within the JOT form, you agree to the disclaimer that your email is going to be made public on the agenda or that would possibly be shared with the meeting, within the meeting. So I just think it would be something to consider. I know that you were looking into it, but I just think it would be something to consider to help either make public the emails that board members receive so that maybe there'll be some subconscious conscience of emailing the board and what you write to board members knowing it will be made public, because technically anything that is emailed to the board is permitted to be read at a meeting. But maybe if we changed our process, instead of just one board members where 300 emails go unanswered, we could look into a better form of submitting communication officially to the board so that all board members see it, but also the community member understands that when submitting this, they are, I don't want to say running the risk. I'm just trying, it's midnight. I'm trying to find a better term. But I don't know. I just think maybe reconsidering how accessible board members are as far as emails go, if we aren't permitted to answer the community members as general members of the board and not board leadership. Maybe the emails would look different if they knew that everyone was going to read them. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. I like the suggestion, and I think there's some work that can be done to sort of move in this direction. I personally like it. Any other discussion based upon public comments? Seeing none, then there's I'll motion that we adjourn to executive session with the intent to cover matters of attorney-client privilege, personnel, and safety and security. We will take about 60 minutes, and we do not intend to return to public session for any action.
Mr. Cohen, I want to ask something before we move to session. I would like the armed police officer to be in executive session with us tonight. I do not feel safe to be in executive session with some of the members of this board.
I'm okay with that. What's the, Mr. Gross? We have no issues with that? Okay. Can I have a second on the motion to adjourn to exec? Ms. Carrero. All in favor? Anyone opposed? We're adjourned to exec. Thank you very much, everybody, for staying with us to this late hour.